video. Tonight we will explore another enchanted world book. Another enchanted world book. So I have recently done a vote on which one you would like to see next. And the winner of that vote was one called Night Creatures. So sit back and relax as we explore Night Creatures. The Enchanted World. Night Creatures. So this one is black. It has the same golden dragon on the cover. And the same text, the Enchanted World. There is what appears to be some kind of vampire. Maybe these are bat wings. Maybe it's a cloak. Not sure. But you clearly have a face. A little pale, has the sharp teeth of a vampire, but it could be something else as well. Let's find out. The Enchanted World. Night Creatures. It has kind of a black and white painting, a lot of dry brush strokes in it, maybe a comet, some sort of city, or maybe even a countryside with a farm. And then on the top, a moon is shining bright, and there are stars in the sky. This is more of an extended version of that picture, and this one has a very large storm cloud and what looks like lightning. The content. Chapter 1, Perilous Paths Through the Dark. Chapter 2, Visitations from the Realm of Shadow. Chapter 3, Blood Feasts of the Damned. And Chapter 4, The Way of the Werebeast. So this one has some pretty interesting art. This one here, some kind of beast out in the forest. You have a waterfall in the distance and sort of a shadowy mountain. So it's unclear what's happening just from the picture. So let's read the first paragraph. Chapter 1. The Perilous Paths Through the Dark. On its sea-battered Danish island, where moor grasses bowed before the icy blasts of winter winds, the golden-gabled skydling hall, called Herod, was built as a beacon, a lamp to shine through the long northern lights. Within this hall, hearths and torches blazed warm and bright, and drinking horns passed freely among the warriors of Scolding Clan. Bards intoned the praises of their chieftain, Hrothgar, the valorous king. Harpists sang of warmth and light. Outside hall, however, solitary in the cold dark, another kind of being walked. Although manlike, that being was no man. Huge and hairy, it shambled through the night, mists of fell and fen, its claws scrabbling from time to time in the dirt as it tore at its hapless prey, hares, ferrets, and other small beasts. That sounds like an interesting tale. So, another larger text here, continuing the story. So looks like Beowulf. Interesting. So you have Beowulf and Grendel. It's a pretty famous story. I think there's been a lot of different, versions told. But I think it's really kind of an interesting story. So this would be probably Grendel, and I'm assuming that this would be Beowulf. So there are many skulls around him and her, lots of weapons and gold. As mindlessly murderous as her offspring, Grendel's dam was slain in her bone-littered cave by the Geatish hero Beowulf. Some really interesting imagery. And this I find a very beautiful picture. You have a woman, maybe some water here. I'm not sure. Let's read the passage. Born of primal chaos, the Greek goddess Nyx soared across the sky each night, draping the heavens with her black veil and bejeweling her trail with stars. So this must be her going across the night sky, and this is the earth beneath her. It's a rather beautiful picture. So you have a picture of a bat, kind of up in the corner. A winged emblem of evil, swooping and serving as they hunt by night. Bats struck fear in the hearts of humankind. They were furred like beasts, yet winged like birds, and in between nature believed to link them to old magic. Some folks said that bats were the ghosts of the unburied dead, or of criminals, those who trafficked with devils. Others concluded that they were witches in disguise, or even cloaks for Satan himself when he went traveling. People who were bold enough or foolish enough to deal with the forces of darkness attempted to put bats' bodies to use. Witches reportedly included the blood of bats in ointments that enabled them to fly. Slavic men wore dead bats suspended from their necks, thinking that emanations from the little corpses would arouse the desires of women. Don't see that happening. And in the Austrian Tyrol, it was said that a person who acquired a bat's left eye could become invisible at will. Well, that would be handy. So there's a very large picture here. It's a little hard to tell what's going on. I believe we have a tree here with many dark branches reaching up to the moon. And over on the side, it's maybe a little harder to see, but there looks like there's some kind of dark creatures stirring behind the tree, and they might be watching this traveler. Maybe to pounce. Unwise was the wayfarer who continued his journey by night. In the shadows cast by cold moonlight, greedy eyes glittered, claws curled, teeth clicked. So I'm betting that this is maybe Medusa. You have a lot of snakes and a woman's face. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the art on that one, but that's okay. Attended by ghostly throngs, Hecate ancient queen of dark and death, left her netherworld nightly to terrify travelers. Such was her power that even the earth trembled at her approach. Oh, so I guess that's Hecate, not Medusa. Interesting. I've never seen her portrayed with snakes before, but I guess that makes sense. Some more about Grendel and some of the Greek items there. So that looks like a terrifying picture. You have a very strong looking back of a creature or a man. He's holding some kind of weapon, and he's carrying a poor person sort of upside down. They're covering their face. They look scared. Haunter of Scottish byways, the headless human trunk guarded the lands of the MacDonalds of Moor. Women and children it ignored, but male wanderers died in its strong hand. That's scary. So at first I thought he was sort of just leaning forward, where his head is sort of bowed, but apparently it's just headless. I don't know, that would be very terrifying. Although I guess I wouldn't need to worry about it. So you have another picture. So some sort of fiend or goblin of some kind, and he's attacking this person. You can see blood is being drawn. There's some red here. I'm not a very big fan of the art style on this one, but that's alright. Still a cool picture. By many a rural road lurked the night fiends known as dark riders. They sprung upon the backs of travelers, clawing with cruel hands and scorching with fiery breath. So I thought that that was his tongue or something, but that must be flame. Ooh, that looks scary. So this appears to be maybe skin, shaped like a person, and she looks terrifying. Let's find out about her. The hills of Leicester, were haunted by the hag Black Annis, a remnant of an old world and enemy of new. Beneath a gnarled oak tree lay her cave, its walls adorned with the skins of little children who ventured too near. Oh, that's sad. I always don't like how a lot of old fairy tales and things would kind of be mean to kids. It kind of makes me glad they've updated a lot of them. And I understand that it was to keep children safe, you know. You don't want kids back then wandering into the woods and things like that. But still, you know, every little kid that I've known has been, they just have a nice, you know, innocence about them, you know, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. So I feel like imagining myself tell, you know, a child like that age a story like that, I don't know, I could never picture myself doing that, so. this guy, not sure, it looks like it's maybe made out of wood or stone. Oh, here we go. The night trolls that stalked Iceland's frozen fastness fed on human flesh. Against such a foe, the strongest mortals might fail, but the merest touch of daylight would turn it to stone. I really like the trolls, you know, from kind of some of those folk tales where they turn to stone. I've kind of seen that portrayed in a lot of newer stories as well. I find trolls kind of interesting on how different cultures kind of have a different take on them, but I've always liked the ones that turn to stone and the bridge trolls and things. So I'm honestly not sure what's going on in this. You have kind of a dude here. He does not appear to be wearing any clothing. And maybe this is a harp. But I'm not sure what else is there. A reckoning with Fianna's ancient bane. Let's read one of these. When Cormac Macart was High King of Ireland, his seat at Tara was the heart of the country, and proof against any human foe. Yet it was a frail barrier against the creature of the dark. Set on grassy hill, the fortress loomed above a spreading plain. Within its walls stood 7 great wooden halls for the household of the High King and for the warriors who defended it. The knights of the Fianna, of all Irishmen, the bravest and the best. Quick and strong were these men, well tested and well trained. They kept the king's peace in all the Irish provinces. Yet once a year, on a certain night, even the Fianna were made helpless as children and useless as dead men. Interesting. So I'm not sure what's happening there, but maybe he's getting his soul sucked out or something. He's got something being forced out of his mouth. He's got his harp here, but these guys down here maybe look like other soldiers. And then a man is slaying the beast. And it looks like he now has the beast's head on a spear. So now we've moved on to chapter 2, Visitations from the Realm of Shadow. So this one coming down the stairs, and he has a candle. It's nighttime, it's dark, and he has a very surprised and fearful look on his face. Beneath the stairs, there's a long arm, and it has grabbed the child. And even further down, you have bones. I'm assuming it's the creature's victims, but that would be very scary. This always reminds me of, I don't know, whenever you turn off the lights, you know, at night and you're going up the stairs, it can always feel like a presence behind you, even though there's absolutely nothing there. Sort of tricks on your mind. Children knew all too well the terrors of the night. One long-armed creature of darkness layered beneath the stairs in houses, waiting for small victims. Rawhead and Bloody Bones was the name the youngsters gave it. I feel like I actually remember hearing of this Rawhead and Bloody Bones. Every time I read one of these now, I feel like I can hardly remember any of the stories. I read them so long ago. Babies in Bulgaria were likely to be visited in the night by a hag whose head was that of an ox. The thing would crawl into cottages and raise itself enough to see into the cradles. When it did so, its foul breath spread over the tiny bodies, bringing pestilence. Children thus visited wasted for a day or two and then were gone. Oh, that's sad. So this must be all of the creatures that steal children. So you have a very small, kind of scary looking baby and kind of a creepy older woman here. There's red there, so I don't know if there's blood. No lock or bolt was proof against the night prowlers, as Scottish folk knew. Through their sleeping villages crept a green-clad figure with a wizened child. As easily as moonlight, she slipped into their houses, seeking the balm of infant's blood. I always wondered if a lot of these tales were to explain, like, missing children or, you know, babies that died of maybe diseases and things that people just didn't know what they were. That's a fun art. Battling the spider demon. I like that. Even the bravest mortals quailed before the wrath of night goblins, as shown by the tale of ancient Japan. In the country there lived a nobleman named Raiko, who boldly undertook to rid the city Kyoto of its demons. Retaliation by the fiends of darkness was swift. A wasting fever struck the hero. For many days and nights he lay in his chamber, guarded by companions, but assailed by sick fantasies. And on a night aswarm with dreams, the visions gathered solid form. Raiko awoke and found himself chained to a pallet by countless silken filaments. Above him waved many jointed, bristling legs. he's clearly battling the spider demon here. Huge eyes glittered. Raiko became the spider's prey. No sound came from Raiko's companions. They sat against the wall entranced, neither watching nor speaking. How long Raiko lay helpless in the spider's trap, he never afterwards could tell. Nor could he tell how he found the strength to grasp the sword that lay beside him. But grasp it he did. He cut his silken bonds and swung the weapon so that it slashed into the hairy legs. From the spider's maw came a gurgling scream, but the warrior could fight no more. He fell back, trembling with weakness, and closed his eyes and waited for death. Death did not come. The wounded spider, leaving Raiko, where he lay, scuttled through the shadows to safety of its earthen lair. Its departure lifted the web of spells that had held Raiko's companions. Awakening, they looked in horror upon their prostrate general and the sword that had fallen from his fingers. Then they saw the twitching spider legs beside him, and the trail of malodorous blood that led into the dark. Determined upon revenge, they followed the track to its end and slew the maimed monster. And when they returned, they were overjoyed to find Raiko alive and well. Even after all, his sword was called Kumokiri, the spider cutter, for its work against the demon of the night. So you have a woman who's sleeping maybe, or dead, and she has a demon on her chest, with talons that caught and remorselessly held, with the weight that crushed the breath away, with eyes that gleamed foul images. Shadow demons invaded human houses and human dreams. I always use this picture when they talk about, like that weight that's on your chest when you're awake but you can't move. I always see this picture. An implacable despoiler and an enemy of humankind from the beginning of time, Lilith, the seducer, slid into men's dreams, stealing her victims' vigor and shattering their spirits. Well, that just sounds like a pleasant cow. So you have some kind of ghost here. The dream lover called the Mara was a thief, cloaked in darkness. Taking vapor form, she slipped into sleeping chambers through tiny chinks and crevices, then assumed the shape of a woman to claim the souls of men. Another pleasant lady. So somebody is clearly being kidnapped here. So you have somebody here, although I don't know, maybe he's holding hair. It almost looks like he's pulling an ear, I'm not sure. A horse that's riding very fast across the flat land. It was dangerous to weep too long for the dead. The demon lover of one maiden answered her mournful cries and carried her to an earthen marriage bed. She does not look happy about that. Oh, there's the bed, guys. That doesn't look pleasant. I'm assuming she might be dying. So this is a really pretty picture. You have a man up top by the moon, and there's some beautiful wings and clouds, and below you have mountains and rivers. A dream of flight by wind or wing was said to be a sign that the dreamer would soon enjoy some great success. So I like dream interpretation. I always have a flying dream that I like, but it's like I can't quite fly. I'm almost flying. I can jump really high. So you have a lot going on in this picture. You have a man with a snake, kind of a dark passageway leading out. You have a woman that looks like maybe she's fleeing, maybe from the snake, I don't know. And then you have a man in the corner who's pointing toward something. So you have... And what a dream pursuits by shadow men through alien streets. They meant turbulence and trouble by daylight. So I think these might be pictures of like dreams. This one's also very crazy. Scholars said that if the dreamer sank into watery depths, his waking fate was to be drawn down into poverty. So you have a girl with like a caterpillar baby, and she's got like moth wings and a tentacle tail. All kinds of wacky things. Really cool. And so this one, you have a girl. I'm honestly not sure what she's doing. You have a bird man walking towards a girl who's turning into a dream. So you have fortune tellers heard of dreams, of a leafy stillness, of warm flesh drying, and limbs twisted into dark bark and branch, and said that these dreams meant impending illness. I always think it'd be fun to keep like a dream journal. I've never been able to though. I always just forget my dreams. So you have yourself a nice vampire there. She's feasting on something. You have an arm. She's kind of torn a hole in that skin there. So the blood feasts of the damned. So you have another woman here preying on a man. Eluding the to seek the sustenance of blood. Thus the fathomless hunter of the creature Nadia drove her to attack her husband, a cruel betrayal of life and love. So that must be her husband. Bummer. So somebody's been hanged because those who had done evil during their lives might do evil after death. Measures were taken to thwart their return. Criminals were hanged at distant crossroads that their revenants would have difficulty finding the way back home. So you have your long fingernails and the sharp teeth there. The hours and days after death were perilous. If a body was not carefully guarded from wandering spirits, it might become a host for evil and burst the bonds of its coffin. So you have two children, and I'm assuming some sort of a witch, because it says the child eater of the Black Forest. Most of the tales for children paint the world in cheerful hues, but a few seem to be the very center of evil. One tells of a brother and a sister trapped by a flesh-eating ghoul. The children, Hansel and Gretel. Ah, now there's a familiar tale. A vampire's disguise. So you have like a cat down here. Two tails. I like that. Possessed by every weapon of stealth and evil, vampires were formidably skilled at changing shape. They did not, as it's sometimes believed, changed into bats. This metamorphosis was a literary invention added to the vampire tale after the discovery of the New World, bats that fed on blood. But to move undetected from place to place, vampires could dissolve to dust or mist, sail through the air as owls, and run along the ground as wolves or cats. The vampires of Japan particularly favored the last transformation, cats. These night roamers said to frequent the courts of early Japanese princes presented to relatively innocent appearance of court concubines at most times, and, in this guise, drained the lifeblood of their lovers. If startled or pursued, however, they dwindled in size, dropped their kimonos, and emerged from the silken folds as a large, swift cat, marked as vampires by the fact that they had two tails. Zombie, maybe? If a Bulgarian villager saw a shadow that was vaguely human in shape, but not cast by a mortal, he knew he stood at risk, for the shadow was a fledgling form of a vampire. When the creature grew strong, it would become a killer. So you have some sort of gathering, vampires and people, and I think you have a set of victims here. One dark night recalls a Scottish tale. A group of human huntsmen fell prey to the Baboan Sith, women vampires who roamed the highlands. The vampires whirled the men in a dance of death, and drank their blood as they trod the lively measures. Ah, that's a bummer for them. So you have like a spike through a skull, impaling the borrowed body. Brutal means were used to put an end to the ravages of vampires. The graves of suspect corpses were opened to see if decayed had done its natural work. If instead the bodies were fresh and full of blood, people knew they housed a vampire spirit. Evidence from all burials reveals the sort of action fearful folk took to them, to rob the corpses of their power to walk. The leg tendons might be cut. Sometimes the heads were severed and placed between the thighs, or vampires might be pinned to the ground by driving stakes of hawthorn or ash through the hearts or skulls. A nail of iron, always proof against evil, was even better. It was said that those torrents of blood from such corpses rose like fountains into the air. So, let's see. In Russia, Cossacks told of a man, a soldier by training, who bravely fought a vampire. Hand to hand through one long night, until dawn forced it into the stillness of the grave. Villagers sought to put an end to its evil. That's interesting. There are lots of snakes and lizards and crows in this one. The villagers burned the trapped vampire to ashes, but even as the host body withered, the demon spirit fought freedom, leaping from the flames in the forms of serpents and other swift creatures. I feel like a lot of modern vampire myths or, tales have gotten away from the idea that the vampire is like a possessed corpse, and it's more like it's the person themselves that are turned into vampires. Let's see, from the pyre of a vampire, even one creature escaped. The vampire spirit would survive. All too soon, it would find another host and rise to walk again among the living. A large graveyard, Night Stalker of Irogin, Grunge, or Kroglin Grunge. Oh, so she looks terrified. You have a guy, a hand trying to get at her. I don't think I would be sitting still like that. I would be running away. So instead, she just sat there. She just sat there and died, I guess. Seems strange. Well, there we go. They must have got him. It's Miss Cranswell, I think it was, and her brothers found her. So, yeah, she was not alone. So her brother shot him. I wonder if a bullet would really bother a vampire? I guess I don't know. Well, it looks like he's back in the grave, so that's good. Not going to be bothering any young women again. And the last chapter, chapter 4, The Way of the Werebeast. So this must be like werewolves. So you have a sort of man with some cool beast-like properties to him. For the creatures called werewolves, the thrill of attaining animal power came at the price of agony. In the transformation, stiff hair pierced human flesh, sharp fangs burst through human gums, and lust for killing fouled the human heart. So there's the werewolves, although to be honest they look more like bears. Maybe they're like werebears. Let's find out. Before battle, warriors of Scandinavia donned great bear skins, thinking thus to gain the Ursine's strength and courage that would enable them to overwhelm any foe. Ah, so those are warriors wearing bear skins. So you have a man, looks like maybe he's donning one of those bear skins, and a wolf. It was told of men of the Volsung clan that they unwittingly brought tragedy upon themselves when in jest they covered their bodies with wolfskins. The wolfishness entered their souls, turning son against father and father against son. So I'm not sure if that's a wolf or a really big rat. I think this might be Little Red Riding Hood, so it must be a wolf. Yep. The Tale of Red Riding Hood. Don't talk to strangers. And then you have nights spent prowling in animal form, doomed humans to ultimate grief. So a werewolf of Italy, although he tried to forfend it, slaughtered and fed upon his own wife. Well, that would be a bummer. There's a hand in a box. Another kind of beast. Condemned by a cruel enchantment to a life of savagery, a creature with no name but beast roamed the corridors of its palace prison and hunted at night, awaiting the human love that could alone set it free. I wonder if this is like Beauty and the Beast. yes. A maiden called Beauty and the Beast. I've always wondered, but who names their kid Beauty? It's interesting. Bereft of love, the beast despaired and gave itself to death. Yet life was offered at last from the heart of the maiden called Beauty. Very kind of her. The Fox Maiden. I like that. She's cool. So, lots of bees and snakes. They do not look like they're having a good time. Party ruined. So she has her normal face, but when she looks in the mirror, she sees that of the fox. So you have a bunch of skulls and a storm in the distance. And that's the last one. So that was Night Creatures. Thank you very, very much for joining me. Good night. Morika ASMR. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome to another The Enchanted World video. I thought it would be nice to do a particular one today to sort of kick off spooky season. So rather than asking this time, I have chosen tonight's subject. Tonight's book is Ghosts. So we have a black cover with our regular golden dragon on the top, the very top. It says The Enchanted World. And for the picture you have a maiden, and she is riding on a horseback with what she thinks is a knight until she pulls the visor, and underneath the visor is a ghost, so she is frightened. So, and then at the bottom, of course, you have ghosts. So let's take a peek inside. So you have some black paper. There's some kind of spotting inside, just like all the others. The enchanted world, ghosts. So on this picture it's a little hard to see, but you have sort of a skull or kind of an ominous person there, as well as a skeleton towards the top. And on this side it says Enchanted World Ghosts by the editors of Time Life Books. More skeletons. And then what we're after, the contents. So you have chapter 1, Guises of the Reaper. Chapter 2, Invasions by the Angry Dead. Chapter 3, Shadow Plays of Grief and Pain. Chapter 4, Hands Across the Void. So right off the bat, we have somebody that's looking very frightened. They have their mouth open, possibly screaming. Not sure. But this chapter is about the Reaper. So I will read the first paragraph here, and then I think tonight I might choose one of the stories in the book to maybe read all the way through. So late one spring night in the last century, a certain Englishman found himself, to his astonishment, standing in the garden outside his house. It was quite bewildering. He remembered falling asleep in his bed, but he had no memory of waking and walking out the door. Yet here he was, shivering in the chill, his bare feet buried in rain-soaked grass. Another surprise awaited him when he tried the door. It proved to be locked. The moon had set, and the familiar garden had become a foreign landscape, painted in shades of black and grey. His prized private hedge was an anonymous, hump-backed blur, larger than it looked by daylight. The still bare branches of the trees were skeletal arms stretched wide against the stars. But from the window of his wife's bedroom a light shone warm and welcome into the night. He made the window once, His wife could be trusted to admit him to the house without the usual jokes reserved for wandering sleepwalkers. So this one has a skeleton riding a kind of skeleton looking horse with a crow on the back. And what are these? Are these hurdy-gurdies, I think? The sort of stringed instrument that you crank a little bit around. I always love the way those sound, so cool. The lantern bearer lights the way for those who no more sees the day. Blind eyes peer out from every head that crowds the carriage of the dead. So I'm thinking that guy perhaps died in his sleep, and that's why he was out in his garden. The objects of everyday life once were fraught with signs of the future. A candle flame that suddenly died spoke of impending death in the household. Melting wax that coiled around the candle shaft meant a winding sheet would soon be needed. So in this picture, you have a young girl who's looking in the mirror, and she looks pretty startled. There's another version of her behind her. Nodding in the window, tapping on the stair, a fetch waited patiently for its victim to appear. It took a living woman's shape, and when she saw it beside her, she knew her time had come. The fetch, or double, summoned mortals to their grave. So she knows her time is up. In the bright heat of Baghdad, a servant shivered in the shadow of death. The man fled to Samara, where death had planned to meet him along the way. So he must be trying to escape death, but death has found him anyway, for there is no escape. So these must be those big black dogs that are supposed to foretell death, or it's coming for you if you see them. So in the north of England lurked the shaggy dog called a skriker, a forerunner of death. To see it and to hear the hateful squelching of its feet was a terrible fate indeed. Yeah, I feel like I've heard of that. don't seem to be separating the stories quite as much in this one here. I might choose the next one to read all the way through. So you have a ghost. He's carrying something here. Let's just read another paragraph. Dando was a medieval priest whose parish was the pretty village of St. Germans, settled on an inlet high above the bracken-covered slate cliffs of the southern coast of the peninsula. He was hardly a model of priestly rectitude. Below his gleaming tonsure, a fat face bulged, laced with a network of veins that spoke of drink and self-indulgence. And in fact, the riotous company of the young bucks of the town and the attentions of the complacent young women led Dando to a list of earthly pleasures. He was also enamored of hunting. Many a day, when he should have been tending to his priestly duties, he could be found galloping through the valleys and over high pastures of the region, trailing a pack of hounds in search of deer, fox, and any other small game that dared appear. To see the banshee, said the Irish, meant to foresee one's own death. This sad harbinger often appeared as a young pale woman, washing grave clothes in lonely streams. One autumn Sunday, of all days for such a man to follow such pursuits, Dando and his merry company ranged out. So this one you have, pretty scary looking fellow there. He has red eyes and sort of tattered skin. So they ranged out across the countryside, 30 or 40 strong. They thundered across the tiny freeholds of the neighborhood, trampling the grain and leaving in their wake a jumble of uprooted onions and turnips and a scattering of terrified sheep. The farmers who worked the little plots clenched their fists when they saw the damage, but any curses were only muttered, for people feared priestly powers in those days, even the powers of such priests as Dando. As the Roche's company surged north towards distant boatman Moor, it was joined by a stranger, a tall Saturnine man, mounted on a black horse. He emerged from a copse and galloped to Dando's flank. The stranger said nothing, but he easily kept pace with the priest, thrusting ahead of the pack. The stranger rode with the hunters only a few moments. However, for Dando, his habit hiked above his fat knees for coolness, reined his mount and raised his hands to halt the riders. They had stopped in the midst of an empty rolling moor, and they clustered together. The hounds dropped to the ground to rest, and Dando bellowed for a drink. But his servant reported no drink was to be had. He had drunk it all. Well then, if you can find none here, then go to hell for it, said Dando in a fury. The stranger who had joined them, still cool and unruffled, bowed from his saddle and proffered a golden drinking horn. Here is some drink from the place you mentioned, he said evenly. Dando, without so much as a thank you, took the horn and drained it dry. The stranger made no remark, but he never took his eyes off the priest. At length, wiping his mouth on the greasy sleeve of his habit, Dando roundly declared that never in his life had he tasted a drink so good. He roared an oath and told the men that the gods must drink such nectar. Well, gods do not, said the stranger, but devils do. Dando swayed in the saddle. If they do, he said, then I wish I was a devil. The stranger said nothing, but he did a curious thing. He dismounted and began to gather the rabbits and birds, the morning's catch that had been laid on the ground by the company's servants. Stop that, man, none of those are yours, snarled the priest. But the stranger paid him no heed. With quick, deft gestures, he tied the animals to his saddle and mounted again. I hold he watched impassively as Dando lurched to his side. Dando tugged at the animals tied to the saddle and squinted up to the stranger's face. He spoke with careful deliberation of the very drunk. These are mine, I will. Have them back for you, if I must go to hell for them. And so you will, said the stranger. He leaned from the saddle, and with astonishing strength, he lifted the priest from the ground and placed him before him. Then, holding the priest steady with an arm of iron, he spurred his horse away. Dando's men stared open-mouthed, but his hounds gave chase at once, across the moors, through the valleys at last. They came to the banks of the river Lyre. Without hesitation, the horseman and his cargo leapt into the deep waters. Dando's hounds swam after him. The farmers and fishermen who saw the strange scene said Dando. The stranger and the dogs vanished into the waters in a great pillar of flame, leaving the water bubbling and steaming. The country folk waited for the bodies to surface, but none ever did. Dando and his dogs were never seen alive again. But on Sunday mornings in the months and years that followed, before the dawning sun stabbed across across the Cornish fields and the waters of the Liner, Dando reappeared on his hunting ground, a pale, fat man, glittering eyes, mounted on a pale horse, and followed by a pack of ember-eyed hounds. He terrorized the countryside around St. Germain's, and beyond. The priest had come to do death's work, harvesting the souls of the living, and the sound of his pack was long feared. Such death dealers as Dando and the Aku, and even the devil, when he rode as a huntsman of souls, generally carried out the labors at a measured pace. They struck down the cottager here, and a townsman there, and perhaps a prince or a prelate in between. Death seemed on occasion to be untimely, but it scarcely disturbed even the tenor of the world. If the number of the living were diminished by the exit of the dying, that number was also replenished by the entrance of the newly born. So this picture, there are a lot of horses, and they're being ridden by skeletons, and there's a lot of sort of cat-like creatures with human faces kind of riding as well. There are great horses screaming, there are hellhounds bowing or howling. The riders of the wild hunt coursed the northern skies. The host of the dead, they sought new companions from among the living. So these must be the hellhounds. So in this one you have some skeletons, and you have a man who does not look like he's very well. Says, nor crown nor coin can halt time's flight, or stay the armies of the night. The king, villain, lad or lass, all answer to the hourglass. That's pretty interesting. So it's a little rhyme or poem, just saying that it doesn't matter who you are. You know, no amount of importance or money is going to buy you more time in life. We all have the time that we have. So this one's kind of a strange one as well. You have some kind of devils on the top, some people in the bed there. A lot of like rats or little demons. A skeleton in the closet. A miser thought to keep his gold as shield against the coming cold. But what cared death for mortal gains? He smiled upon the miser's pains. So this is a really interesting picture here. So you have like a giant death, and he has his scythe here coming around. And I'm not certain if this is supposed to be like a battlefield, and you know, he's just taking out a lot of people there. Let's read the caption here. For most of the centuries of the Middle Ages, bubonic plague periodically swept through the English countryside, thousands of people fell before the reaper's swinging scythe, and whole villages disappeared from the face of the earth. So this is actually the bubonic plague that wiped out a lot of the world. So you have a woman and a child, and they're being carted away by skeletons. Her hour had come. His mother smiled and sighed beside her infant child, but he too answered to the curse and found himself an older nurse. So you have a man who looks like he's pretty well dressed, and he's bending over a river. It's not quite clear what's going on here, so let's read here. Out in the shadows, endlessly washing ill-gotten gains, the ghost of the squire of Swinsy's hall did penance for robberies of victims of the plague. Oh, I see. So this must really be talking all about the plague. It's just talking all about the plague through here. So you have more mother and child, lots of skeletons taking people away. A gentle hand will help the dead to find their way to their last bed. Who engineers the mortal's end will tell you he is man's best friend. So this is a really interesting picture here. So you have a woman here at the edge of a lake, and then you have a girl who looks like maybe she's drowning. Song of the Sorrowing Harp. On the east coast of Scotland, in a castle hard by the sea, the North Sea, lived a lord who had 2 daughters, the elder one dark, and the younger fair. As sometimes happens, the maidens were rivals, although the younger sister did not know it, and the older would not admit it, and something occurred between them that caused a ghost to speak. A young lord came courting. Quite properly, he paid formal address to the elder sister, but his eyes were strayed to the younger. He rode by her. At the hunt, he danced with her in the hall, and all the while the dark gaze of the elder sister followed him. She made no complaint, biding her time. Early one morning, the elder maiden asked her sister to walk by the seashore. As they strolled, the fair sister spoke guiltlessly about the dashing visitor. The elder said little, but at a place where the waves beat against the massive rocks, she acted. With a swift blow, she knocked her sister off balance into the foaming sea. So here must be the younger sister, and they're pulling her from the water. She's very grey. The waves closed over the fair maiden's head and clawed at her hair with icy fingers. She rose gasping to the surface and screamed to her sister, but there was no response. She heard only roaring of water and the sharp cries of gulls as they wheeled in the sky above. The dark sister stood on the shore rocks, motionless as a carved statue. With a steady, unperturbed gaze, she watched her sister's hopeless struggle. The young maiden sank, rose again for a moment, and cried out pitifully, then sank again beneath the surging skirt of foam. The Dark One kept her vigil there for a time, observing the violence of the waves with satisfaction. Then she ran home to her father's hall, and weeping told a false tale, saying how her sister had slipped on the rocks and drowned. The people searched the shore for her, but they could not find her body. They made great mourning in the months that followed. Afterward the young lord, bereft of the fair sister, sought consolation with the Dark One, and this was gladly given. But the fair sister's body, drawn by wind and tide, and cradled in the killing waves, drifted along the Scottish shore into a calm loch, far from her father's lands. A miller at the loch's edge spied the golden hair stirring beneath the surface, and gently pulled the body from the water. It happened that the wandering minstrel, a harper famed throughout Scotland, was staying with the miller. He helped the man to give her burial. And moved by her beauty, cut 3 strands of the golden hair and strung them to his harp. Eventually the harper took leave of the miller and went on his way, travelling from castle to castle to sing before the lords of the land. In the months that followed, the harp played for the minstrel with a tenderness that brought tears to the eyes of its listener, and the harper grew to cherish the golden strings. At length he came to the stronghold of the maiden's father. Although he did not know it for what it was, the minstrel was welcomed and feasted. As was custom then, in the evenings, when the fires were lit and the flames cast flickering shadows in the hall, the man drew out his harp and set it before him, making ready to sing. The dark sister settled on a bench to listen, flanked by her father and by the young lord that she loved. But before the harper could touch them, the golden strings shivered in the firelight. They trembled of their own accord. A sweet, familiar voice eddied around the company, and when the dark sister heard the words it sang, her face grew pale and tight. Her fate had come upon her, and well she knew it. Farewell to the Lord, my father, sang the harp softly. Farewell to my lady mother. The harp paused, and the company watched it in horrified silence. The strings spoke once more, loud and wailing this time. sister who murdered me. So you have the girl and the harp and the dark sister and the Lord. So you have a pretty scary looking guy here. He's coming out of a keyhole. Some more. Sort of a man in a bog. And you have a woman sitting in a tree, and she's sitting in the moonlight. Ghost children who called from the dark. Among the various sorts of ghosts that confronted travelers, few were pious as the Navki, hunters of Slavic lands. They were spirits of children who had died unbaptized or at their mother's hands. Most often they appeared in the shapes of infants or young girls, rocking in tree branches and wailing and crying. In the night, some begged for baptism from passerbys, some thirsting for revenge against the living who had let them die nameless, lured unwilling travelers into perilous places. But they were not always in human form. In Yugoslavia, it was said that Navki took the shapes of great black birds, which cried in a manner that chilled the soul. So that's a lot of things just flying around there. So invisible demons of domestic disorder, the ghosts called poltergeists, had boundless energy and a gift for unpleasant surprise. Their pleasure was chaos, and when they were hunting, no object in a house was safe from destruction. I really like the way they did the words here. So they're kind of like falling off the page. The wife's revenge. So she looks like she's having a really bad day there. So, let's see, I don't know if I can read this whole story here. Because we've already read quite a few. And I can't really read too many of them. It's kind of fun. You have a skeletal hand kind of going like that. Two skulls going up, clattering on the staircase and howling in the hall. Ghosts known as screaming skulls terrorize anyone who sought to displace them from houses that had once been theirs. So you have a man and his dog, and a woman walking down the road, a meeting on a road home. Hello. looks to be just a head floating. Definitely just a head floating. Interesting. She looks very surprised or scared. And there's her body. So she's lost her head. Chapter 3. Shadows, plays of grief and pain. I think I missed chapter 2. That's okay. So this one is like a battlefield. A lot of soldiers are dead. So that's sad. Some more ghosts. And you have a woman with a knife. She looks pretty ghostly herself. Some tales of haunted rooms are long, but many more are short, and the shortest tale of all concerns a man startled from sleep. He lay in the pitch-dark, silent room and longed for comfort of a lighted candle. The story runs it entirely as follows. He woke up, frightened, and reached for a match, and a match was put into his hand. That is a short story. So you have some sort of creature here and a man. A chill touch in the night. Gilsland Castle in Cumberland was a forbidding place, its stone walls shining with dampness, its dark corridors swept by icy draughts. Once a small boy was shut in an empty upstairs room as a punishment for mischief. The lad froze to death there, and for centuries afterwards his little night-gowned figure could be seen wandering in the house, upstairs and downstairs, the door of every chamber, teeth chattering, body trembling. He walked the dark, searching for an open door. If he entered a room where someone was sleeping, he merely whimpered by the bed. If the person was ill, he would lay his frigid hand upon the sufferer and whisper, "Cold, cold forever. Cold you shall be, cold forevermore." The invalid always died after the visitation, eased out of their pain by the touch of the cold lad of Gilsland Castle. Poor little guy. There's his hand on the door, and it's hard to see, but there's a skull there. It's an oddly drawn hand. Or maybe even just an odd way to open the door. So it looks like you have a couple of ghosts here. This looks like a coffin. The phantom tenants of Castle Glames. Kind of an interesting art there. So I really like the style of I'll read it. See how long it is first. Oh, it's a long one, guys. Oh, it's a really long one. I don't think we can read that one, but it does have some really cool art. It's kind of a very black and white, sketchy kind of style. Vampire-like being that periodically appeared in the family line or ghost of either one. A whole bunch of creatures playing cards. It's kind of cool. Definitely some kind of ghoul or goblin up here. So you have a kind of demon horses and a man. Somebody's kind of peeking out of that carriage and everything's on fire. So somebody's in a trunk there. Says the perfect hiding place. Several English houses were haunted by spectral brides, but none more poignantly than Narwell Hall near Aylesbury in Hampshire. In this case, the bride suffered an appalling fate on her wedding day. Full of high spirits and still in her wedding finery, she insisted on a game of hide-and-seek with the guests. She was not found that day, or the next. All through the whole countryside was searched. Finally, it became clear that she had died. Her ghost began flitting along the corridors and fumble at the locks. Years later, the mystery was solved. A servant exploring one of many attics in the house prized open an oak chest and found a skeleton in bridal attire. The bride had been too clever in her hiding place. Apparently the lid of the chest had fallen and locked. Now that it had been last opened again, the hapless ghost was released from its torment and haunted Marwell Hall no more. Well, that would be a bummer. The Hooded Congregation. So you have a church here. It's kind of ominous looking. Oh, definitely ominous. Lots of skeletons. She definitely looks very surprised. So clearly she's running away, obviously, out into the snow. So you have a man with swords. Chapter 4, Hands Across the Void. So this is a Viking story, I think. In Denmark, ghosts that had been exorcised, forced down into the earth, and pinned in place with a stake driven through the heart, did not rest easily. They lay in the dark, waiting for a chance to escape, and for that reason people who ventured into lonely fields and meadows were warned not to disturb unmarked posts. Too often those who touched the wood muffled voice demanding freedom. From the post that held it down, you pull, the voice would whisper, and I will push. Murder by spectral proxy. In Iceland, ghosts could be made by magic from human bone, called senders or sendings. These ghosts were used as murderers, but they could be defeated. Once, for instance, there lived a handsome widow who was much sought after as a wife. She refused all her suitors, however, including one who was skilled in wizardry. After that proposal, the widow, a prescient woman, put herself on guard. Her fears were realized one summer afternoon when she was alone in her larder, preparing her farmhand supper. All was still, but after a time, some sixth sense made her turn towards the door. She saw shadows black and soft as smoke, save for a white spot in the center. It slid around the door and across the wall of the larder. She knew it was the wizard sending. When it came near, she struck with a knife, and its one vulnerable place, the white spot. Instantly the knife and shadow vanished. In the morning, however, she found the knife in the yard, and it was stuck through a splintered human bone. Bravery and metal blade had done the trick, and the woman was disturbed no more. It's kind of hard to tell what that is. Strange and perilous though it was, there were those among the living who sought to raise the dead. With spells and incantations, these necromancers summoned ghosts from the other world and forced the wraiths to do their bidding. So a graveyard. So just a page there, another longer story. So, looks like she's laying on the couch. She's scared though. Sort of a fancy party. A careless word could call a ghost, as happened at 17th century trial in Cornwall. The dishonest defendant invoked his witness, a dead man, Jan Tregeagle. To his dismay, Tregeagle's spirit instantly appeared and refuted his story. That's kind of a cool picture there. Kind of a cool old house and a bunch of spirits kind of on the side. As the centuries passed, the population of ghosts seemed to dwindle, streaming from the houses they haunted. Where they went, no one could tell, and no one knows if some remained behind. Glam this tail. Looks like a horse, maybe. Some kind of vampire or something there. Oh, maybe like a zombie. Yeah, rotting flesh. Daylight. Oh, he does not look good. The ghost massive body. Oh, that's the last one, guys. Looks kind of like a scarier one. Not a huge fan of the art style on that one, to be honest, but that's okay. Looks like whoever he was got him in the end. The ghost was the victor. That's a bummer. So then the last few pages here are just the credits. And that's the ghost. Thank you very much for joining me. And good night. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome to another Enchanted World book exploration. I've had a lot of people asking for another one of these videos, so I thought I would do another one. So we're going to pick one and just take a slow, gentle stroll through the book. Dwarfs. Fabled lands. Spells and bindings. Legends of Valor. Water spirits. Night creatures. Ghosts. This is the one that I have chosen for this evening. Giants and ogres. So on the cover you have a giant, and he's kind of gently looking down on a town. There are a lot of people going through the gate, and they don't seem frightened of him. he has a very fond look on his face. Maybe he comes here often. The enchanted world. Giants and ogres. Kind of a beautiful blue pattern. Some black swirls. And on the bottom of the page you have a giant, and he looks rather bored, and he's sort of building something here, sort of like he's building a town. And in this picture, he is, looks like maybe he was building a castle. So he's gotten further on his project, and now he's putting the final touches. And there it is. So we have a nice table of contents. Chapter 1, Princes of the Cosmos, the heirs to the first world, or of the first world. Chapter 2, Protectors and Providers. And then Chapter 3, A Deepening Enmity. Chapter 4, The Twilight Power. So this starts out, Chapter 1, The Princes of the Cosmos. Looks like this is a story of a young Austrian farmer. The picture on the bottom, there's a very large hand, and he is picking up what looks to be a farmer who's plowing a field with his cow. And it really kind of jumps into a nice long story. And it looks like there's Zeus. So here's kind of a fun picture here. So you have the farmer that we had seen on the previous page. And he looks a little frightened. He has his oxen or his cows there, and his plow. And you have a giantess and some giants. Plucked from his field and taken to a giant's abode high in the mountains, an Austrian farmer found himself in the role of a living toy, a plaything exhibited on a tabletop. scary looking picture there. The giants who ruled the cosmos at the dawn of time feared the beings born after them. Thus the Titan Kronos devoured his sons so that they might not become his conquerors. I think Kronos was Zeus's father, if I remember. Yeah, it's talking about Kronos in Greece. Some Jotunheim. This is one that I have not actually read, so it's kind of all new to me. It's talking about quite a few things here. The people of Scandinavia described all the world in terms of their giants, the first living creatures, formed from mist and frost, was the giant Ymir, who spawned a race of his own kind. Like Kronos in Greece, Ymir was slain by his own descendants, one of whom was the god Odin. Among all of the frost giants drowned in Ymir's blood, or almost all. From Ymir's great body the earth was made for mortals, and set in the midst of an embracing sea. The giants who survived the slaughter of their forefather were allotted a remote territory in this world. They were driven into the northern reaches, a place of mountains and rocky wastes that sometimes is called Utgard and sometimes Jotunheim. From Jotun, a word of giant means devourer, and recalled the giant's cannibalistic habits. So I find like our Norse mythology really interesting and how it kind of all ties in sometimes. It's really kind of fun to learn about some of that stuff. So this is a very beautiful kind of full spread picture here. You have a giant with a man, so guided by a mortal, the giant Orion searched for the healing light of dawn. So this must be the giant, and he is searching. So here's an interesting one. I'm gonna move this slightly. So you can see up in the corner, there's a giant face, and you're in the waves, and it looks like a very rough sea. So here's a giant hand, and there is a small boat. So both Hebrew and Arab chroniclers told of a giant Og, not sure how to pronounce that, who walked beside the Ark of Noah when the waters covered the earth and cleansed it of sinners. That's interesting. I did not know that. So here you have, I think, a bunch of Norse gods, and they are taking refuge or camp inside a giant's glove. So Norse gods were the first challengers of the giants, although the size of the old ones gave them pause. On one adventure, Thor and 3 companions made camp in a giant's club. The sheltering glove turned out to belong to the giant Skymir. Thor sought food from the sleeping giant's sack, but the thong that bound the bag was held fast by magic. So this looks like Thor, and he's trying very hard to get into the giant's bag, but he can't quite get in. So here, looks like he's gonna whack him with a hammer there. Even Thor's hammer of heaven, a weapon that could destroy whole villages with thunderbolts, had no effect on Skymir. But this too was giant's magic, needed against the growing power of gods and men. Interesting. So we have giants. So the first giants were masters at changing shape, and none more so than Thysi, who became an eagle and dragged the god Loki across the mountain, crag, and glacier until he divulged the secret of immortality. So that must be Thysi, or Thiasi, not sure how to pronounce that one. And this must be Loki. So he must not have met a very good end there. So his mighty wings were devoured by flames, his eagle's body split by lance and axe. Thysi perished at the hands of the gods in Asgard, their stronghold in the clouds. In time, even mortals would aspire to conquer such formidable foes. So that's a bummer. So these must be all the gods. That's a fun picture. So it's like kind of a mountain here, I think. And then you have some eyes kind of in the clouds. So at the bottom, I can't quite get all of this in the camera, but at the bottom, the heirs of the first world, the earliest giants, were true sons of heaven, arising from a mist-shrouded chaos at the beginning of time. In ancient Norse belief, the first creature to stir the cosmos was the frost giant Ymir, born of the warring kingdoms of fire and ice, when stray sparks melted a glacial flow and quickened it into life. Ymir's body spawned a whole race of frost giants, and their offspring, the gods, would soon follow. In time, the hooray progenitor of all living beings was sacrificed to create the ordered universe of earth, sea, and sky. Many and varied were the giant descendants of Ymir, as these pages show, but all came to eventual grief, undone by the gods or fate of humankind. We have another. holding up the sky. So this one is called the Pillar of Heavens. In punishment for mutiny against the gods of Greece, the Titan Atlas was condemned to spend all eternity as a living pillar. With massive arms he held back the starry curtain of the heavens, so that it would not fall and crush the fragile earth. His name fitted his task. Atlas meant enduring. So you have another giant, and he's sleeping. I like the art on this one. A torpid terror, a formidable sleeper was the giant Kumbhakarna, fearsome warrior of Hindu legend. A mountain was his pillow, and heaven rattled with his snores. When the armies of evil need him to battle, they found that waking Kumbhakarna was a battle all in its own. It took the sting of lances, blaring horns, and torrents of cold water to rouse him. I wish I slept that soundly. Another side one. So this one looks like a warrior. He has a helmet on and a long flowing beard. His hand grips the handle of a sword. A Russian behemoth, his weight too great for marshy lowlands to bear. A mischievous giant named Svitogor roams the gigantic mountains in the heights of Russia. His end was piteous. Accompanied by a human friend, he came upon a mighty coffin and laughing shut himself inside. But the jest was his undoing, for no mortal could lift the lid. Well, that would be an unfortunate way to go. I wish I was a little better at pronouncing some of the names in this one. So you have a man with a sword, and he's taking aim at this giant. So this is called the Deathmonger of the East. In old Japan, no outlaw was more feared than the ogre Shutendoji, who kidnapped the innocent striplings and feasted on their flesh. Finally, a wily warlord named Raiko tracked the giant to his lair near Kyoto and slyly drugged his wine, and then the hero beheaded him. I didn't realize there were so many giants from all over the world. So here you have a giant, you have a man who's pulling on his hair. This is called a watching head. In elder ages, some giants acted as guardian of treasure. Thus an enchanted giant's head, severed from its trunk, but living still, long lay which served as his weapon against the forces of evil. There must be the hero. Chapter 2, Protectors and Providers. So this is a fun picture. You have a giant who looks like he's kind of protecting a village. He's helping people get to the shore. You know, nobody in the boats or on the land look like they're scared of him. That one's an interesting one. Giant, and he has a person on his shoulder, and there's some dolphins, so they must be in the ocean. That's some kind of cool art there. Scion of the sea, the giant Bran the Blessed, ruled the island of Britain in early days. It was he sitting in the state on the cliffs of Wales and gazing far across the water, who first sighted the sails of the King of Ireland approaching on a fateful embassy. So this is a really cool picture. You have a lot of humans, I'm assuming immortals, on the bottom. And then up here you have a giant seated, and he's kind of watching. So to unite the islands of Ireland and Britain, Bran tendered to the Irish king his sister Branwen of fair human form and sacred heritage. As the companies of the two kings celebrated, however, a villain plotted against them both. I certainly wouldn't want to be gifted to anyone. It's a really pretty art. It's a big pot. When the Irish king left Britain, he carried a treasure given as an honor price for the wrong that was done to him. It was charmed cauldron that restored life to the dead. That's a good gift. Tutored in human speech by Branwen, a starling braved the winds and distances of Irish sea to bear home to Bran the tales of her husband's cruelty. So you have a giant in the sea, and on his shoulder you have someone sitting. Watchman wove a riddle for King of Ireland. Off the coast a mountain moved, and in its wake a forest crept. Branwen gave the answer. The trees were ship's masts, the mountain her brother, wading the seas to free her. After suing for peace, the Irish conceived a cunning treachery. They built a feasting hall for Bran, then hid warriors in sacks. They were full of grain, and said they were full of grain. Bran's kinsmen saw the ruse and crushed each warrior's skull. That would be a bummer. British and Irish fought in the feasting hall, and the Irish met might with magic, reviving slain warriors in the charmed cauldron. But no Irish spear pierced Bran's great shield or harmed Branwen, where she was sheltered in its ark. That's an interesting picture. So this must be the charmed cauldron. And this must be Branwen here. And Bran. Bran the Blessed died in Ireland. His severed head, still charged with ancient power, was carried home to Britain and buried there to guard against the island's enemies. Oh, I like that art. Very nice. As King Arthur's courtiers celebrated Christmastide, a giant stranger rode into the banqueting hall. Lifting his severed head to speak, the stranger admonished Gawain before the amazed throng. The chill mists lifted to reveal a shining castle above the trees, beckoning the weary traveler. The lady sighed sweetly, and she pressed upon Gawain a sash that would shield him from harm. His trial of honor and courage concluded, and Gawain received the ancient giant's blessing. Chapter 3. A Deepening Enmity. So it looks like somebody's kind of tied up here. I wonder if this is more the ogre side. So he's in the snow here, in the snowy waste of Troll country, at the world's northern rim. A Lapp woman named Mari fled her dying captor, life drained from his horned troll, when a mortal man, Mari's son, found the hiding place of the monster's soul. Well, that's lucky. Oh, that's some really cool art. So this is the fiery death of a Persian killer. Like she's some sort of magic. And another giant, he's kind of leaning on a castle. Matter was mercurial in giants' territory. The Scots said that in the hands of the old ones a mighty fortress might shrink to the size of a toy. So is this like a bridge troll maybe? So who knew where giants and their kind might dwell? Even shadows under Scandinavian bridges provided lairs for livestock-hungry trolls. So he's gonna eat the goat there, perhaps. So you have some people here that are kind of glowing. Some giants great in magic and grasping in nature acquired human slaves. The Irish giant of Brown Beach Wood kept 3 women captive. One he left her own shape, but for amusement he changed her sisters into a lapdog and a little horse. Well, that would be unfortunate. So you have a sword, giant door. So even against the giant's ancient power, human bravery prevailed. The Beechwood giant died because a man found the castle's heart and took the sword concealed there. Strange were the routes to giants' worlds. In Scotland once a jeweled-like seed thrown to the ground grew into a vine ladder that twisted into the heavens. The lad who climbed the leafy rungs found at the top a kingdom in the clouds. Sounds like Jack in the Beanstalk. Safe in his cloud castle a giant slept, but human eyes spied on him, and human greed coveted his treasure. One was a hen that laid eggs of solid gold. So this is Jack and the Beanstalk. Alerted by the cries of his stolen harp, the cloud giant pursued the human who had robbed him, but the thief cut the bind, and the giant plummeted to his death. Kill walks alone. Some interesting art here. He's kind of blocking a doorway. It's kind of hard to tell what that beast is there. Maybe one of the ogres or giants. So it looks like some more beheading. So this is a one-eyed giant, so a cyclops. He looks like he's relaxing. The twilight of power. So back to Greece with Odysseus. Ooh, that does not look good there. So in the course of 10 years of adventuring in the Mediterranean, Odysseus and his fellow Greeks invaded the island retreat of the Cyclops, one-eyed giants. When a giant trapped them in his cave, they put out his eye with a stake. Well, I suppose. Howling with pain and rage, the red Cyclops followed his tormentors to Sicily's rock shore. He hurled boulders after their vessel, but the adventurers escaped with ease. In chivalry's golden days, victory over the warning race of giants was a proof of valor. So it was with furious delight that King Knight Roland challenged the Colossus Fergus. Without hesitation, without fear, King Arthur's knight Eric set himself against two brutal giants who threatened him. One died on Eric's spear, and the other on his sword. So you have a guy kind of on top of a house there. Troll, probably. With a howl of a mourning animal, one of the last giants of France embraced the body of his life's companion. Tricked by an unscrupulous human, the giant had murdered her. Well, that's sad. So you have a woman, a giant. Solitary hills rising from plains were suggestive of the works of giants. Legend held that one sad-eyed German giantess, hearing that mortals were to destroy her race, raised a mountain on the flats of Brandenburg to block their way. With no tools but her hands, she scooped and sculpted, and then she spiked the earthen barrier with trees and stone. It was a pitiable effort. In truth, the mountain was more of an object of amazement than impediment. So you have a giant in the ocean there. At the land's ending in the north of Ireland, the folk of Ulster say a giant once stared out to sea for days at a time, pining for a woman of the island of Staffa in the distant Hebrides. Finally he set to work, placing thick stone columns side by side to build a road across the water so that he might reach his love. Whether the giant achieved his goal is not known, but a fragment of that causeway stands there still, yearning out towards Staffa, hundreds of miles away. We have a troll there, some water, a deep canyon slashing a mountainside in the central highlands of Norway was said to have been made by a giant troll who schemed to divert the waters of the river Glomma down Redland, his native valley far below. The troll, however, had a jealous neighbor, a behemoth, who watched over the river, and this creature slew the would-be thief of waters, so the troll canyon was unfinished, and the river continued to flow in its rightful bed. So this looks like an impression from the giant. So the earth was created from a slain giant's body, ancient tales declared, and into that earth all giants descended. When their day was done, one British giant, measuring 240 feet from crown to toe, left his form on a Sussex hill, where he fell, muscle, blood and bone dissolved, leaving only a vast silhouette sunk into the chalky downs. Peasants called him the Long Man of Wilmington, and grazed their sheep about the massive legs and wide-flung arms. The hilly coast of the Baltic island of Rügen had its origin in a giant's misfortune. In order that he might cross dry shod from his island to the shore of Pomerania, the fellow thought to fill the sea in between. But the bulging sack which he held the stones he had collected for the task was ripped open by a steeple of a church. The great stones fell out to be wasted as a line of useless hills. At that, the giant quit in vexation and left the area for good. And that looks to be it. Gives credit to all the pictures. Thank you for joining me. This is one I have not really read too much of, and I definitely feel like I'm going to come back and read this one for sure. Thank you. Good night. Morika ASMR. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome to another Enchanted World video. Tonight we will be talking about Dwarfs. So this one is green. It has the beautiful golden dragon on the side. And on the cover is a picture of a dwarf. He has a white, long beard, and over on the side is a young man carrying a large sword. He is looking a little unsure, so I'm not sure what they're talking about. So let's take a look at some of the beautiful art and read a couple of snippets. From a few of the stories inside. So The first page is sort of a green, bubbly looking pattern. The Enchanted World, Dwarfs, and in the bottom corner you have a dwarf with red hair and a gold jewelry. He is walking with a knotted wooden walking stick. The Enchanted World, Dwarfs. Continuing the picture, now he is joined by a couple of his fellows, and they are carrying treasure and various other items. And on this side, you have another couple of dwarves who look a little more well-to-do, perhaps. Their clothing is a little nicer, more upscale looking. So in this one, it looks like perhaps this one is looking to buy what these ones have to offer. Chapter 1. The Stern Sons of the Earth. Chapter 2. The Diminutive Nobility. Chapter 3. An Ancient Race in Retreat. And Chapter 4. Haunters of Hearth and Hayloft. So turning to the first page, it's a really beautiful spread. Over in the side here you have a mountain hall and a traveler that is walking a path up the mountain. So let's just read just a little bit of this first story. Stern Sons of Earth. One morning, not long after the sea-roving Norse colonized the Faroe Islands in the northernmost reaches of the Atlantic, a settler grasped his peat knife and headed for a bog to cut fuel for the winter. Mists coiled up from the fjords and inlets that indented the coastline, and the thin mantle of grass and moss that cloaked the pitched flanks of the island squelched under his feet. High, rain-slicked cliffs of black basalt loomed before him, and he remembered tales of dwarves, the tales told of a second race populating these lonely islands, a race that seldom was seen. Its members revealed themselves in wisps of smoke curling from the rock falls where they had hidden their tiny forges, in piles of ash that appeared at the bases of the crags, the sweeping of minute smiths, and in frantic footsteps that sometimes could be heard through the mist as a dwarf sought to conceal himself from a human intruder. But in all his autumn forays to cut peat, the islander had noticed nothing. This time, however, was different. The path wound through a litter of boulders, then skirted the base of a cliff. A cleft that he had not remembered yawned on the face of the rock, and he saw an orange glow flickering on the fractured stone. Smoke billowed from the top of the cleft, and clattering, hissing noises like those of a smithy issued from the opening. The man inched along the cliff base to the mouth of the cavern, hardly breathing. He risked a look, then stared transfixed. There, deep in the rock, was the source of the glow. A well-stoked forge that sent a whirlwind of flame twisting towards the cathedral-like ceiling of the cleft. And silhouetted against the blaze were 3 tiny figures, no higher than a man's waist, but casting shadows that reared dark and menacing on the wall of the rock behind them. Only with difficulty could the peat cutter pick out the dwarfsmith from among the stones of their rock-built forge. Their skin and aprons were the same sooty grey as the stone. Their bodies were as squat and rounded as heaped boulders. Their features were as coarse and craggy as living rock, but gradually, peering through the shadows and firelight, he distinguished their separate activities. One piled the bellows, lofting a cloud. Of sparks with each stoke. Another used tongs to hold a glowing scrap of iron ready on the ringing anvil, now and then stabbing the metal into the fire to reheat it. The third, his coated arms, glistening, wielded the hammer. The pace of their work was superhuman. The dwarves completed piece after piece with a few hammered blows, plunging each into a vat of water to quench and toughen it, releasing clouds of steam and an evil sizzle, and beside them grew a pile of objects that to the poor peat cutter's eyes were as fine as any Viking hoard. There were plowshares and scythes, and stoutly wrought there were daggers as keen and liquidly gleaming as the best Danish steel. There were smoothly rounded kettles, and there were cauldrons and even a few finely fashioned trinkets of silver filigree. So, I liked this book, but I have not read it, much like the others, in quite some time. So, and I honestly can't say that I remember too much of this one. I don't think I read descriptions so far. They were kind of fun. Norsemen said that the world was created from the sundered body of the frost giant Ymir. Out of his earth corpse squirmed maggoty creatures, blessed by the god, with human wit and form, and thus were the first dwarves born. So this must be the god, or I'm sorry, the frost giant Ymir, and here are the first dwarves. So you have teeth and an ear, a rib cage, some bones. And here's a much larger picture. So you have dwarves just sort of springing up in all the places. I like this art because you can see their faces, just kind of hiding here and there. Beautifully done. I like these curled up ones on the bottom. Kind of like they're little pods or something. Almost kind of like they're growing. And you have a carver here, and he's working on the face of a dwarf. Earth bred and bound, dwarves mastered the mundane elements. The first members of this stunted race chiseled progeny from stone, for there were no women among them. Well, that's interesting. And now this one. You have a beautiful picture of a blonde-haired man. He's standing by a waterfall where a beautiful rainbow is coming from the water up into the clouds where a golden castle is. In the days when a god might still visit lower realms, as the trickster god Loki did once in search of a dwarf wrought treasures, the bridge from heaven to earth was visible as an arc of brilliant hues. Mortals called them rainbows. I like that actually. It's like thinking of it as a bridge. So I feel like rainbows are just like a really beautiful natural thing that happens, you know? And a lot of words on that one. This one's a really long story. I can't really read the stories in full because this book is not public domain, but we can look at the pictures and read a little. So you have like a Viking longboat and some dwarves down here, pounding anvils and murmuring mighty spells. Dwarf brothers, Ivaldi's sons, fashioned a warship that could carry the gods, yet fold to fit in a pocket. Now that would be handy. Well, that doesn't look good. Dwarf with a big fly. In the guise of a horsefly, the god Loki sought to thwart the labors of the dwarf craftsman Brock. Although repeated stings had some effect, the dwarf remained steadfast, and his magic proved more powerful in the end. So there's Loki again, doing his thing. The life-giving son of mortals and gods brought death to the dwarves. Tricked by a god of one night, the prideful Alvis remembered the curse of his race too late and was turned to stone by the first light of dawn. Dwarves, I don't know if I've ever heard of a dwarf legend that turned them to stone. I thought that was trolls. I've heard of troll legend that, when the daylight came it turned them to stone. But like I said, I'm not terribly versed on the dwarf legends. So perhaps there are. I'm just not aware of them. One creation of the dwarf smith Voland was a pair of golden wings to free him from an island prison. But he also turned his skills to the purpose of revenge, crafting jewelry and goblets from human teeth and skulls. There they are. Lovely little goblet there, maybe. He certainly doesn't look very happy. Beautiful art though. Shield and a spear. Goblets of wine, perhaps. So you have two more doing something. The sublime gift of mortal inspiration had a sinister source. Dwarfs murdered a counselor of the gods and brewed his blood with honey to make mead of poetry. Well, that's a bummer for that counselor. But good for the dwarves, I suppose. Here's the start of another. So this one looks like a man and a raven of some kind. Wonder, that reminds me of like Odin. And he always has those ravens. This one is called A Blade Charged with Vengeance. The earliest dwarves used their talent to supply mortal heroes with weapons of rare potency. But the magic that gave these arms their wondrous traits often was touched with evil. As the tale of Svafrlami shows, Svafrlami was the warlike ruler of a land of forests, bogs and lakes in what was latter Russia. The land was as wild as its master. Terrors lurked in the trackless woods beyond the palisade enclosing the king's stronghold, and few members of the court care to stray from the compound. But Svarfralami himself was afraid of nothing. For diversion he often would shoulder his bow and ride out to hunt deer and boar. Late one afternoon, after a day of solitary hunting, he spied a stag in the slanting light of a distant clearing. He gave chase, but he could not gain on the animal. The park-like stand of birches he galloped through gave way to a dense forest, whose floor was tumble of boulders. The darkness thickened among those birches, and Svarfralami lost sight of the deer. He glimpsed a new quarry, however. At the base of a boulder, two pallid faces watched the mortal king. Dark eyes gazing from corpse-grey skin. They were dwarfs, Durin and Dvalin by name, and they crouched low in the gathering shadows, rigidly wary, while the king dismounted and sauntered past, pretending not to see them. Suddenly Svarfralami whirled, sweeping his sword from its scabbard. He brought the blade down with all his might, so that it bit deep into the stony soil behind the dwarves, cutting off their route of retreat to the boulder that served as their home. Trapped, the dwarves flung themselves to the ground, grinding their faces into earth and uttering muffled cries of terror. Svarfralami grabbed the pair and hauled them to their feet to hear his demand. He would spare their lives, he said, if they forged him a sword that would surpass any in mortal possession. It should never dull, it should cut through iron and stone as if through cloth, and it should bring its owner victory in every battle. The dwarves regarded him with fear and hostility, but they were helpless to refuse. Svarfralami was capable of holding them until daylight came, and daylight was the thing they dreaded above all. Poor guys. That's not very nice. So here they are, making the sword, etching the patterns. When they had given their word, the man permitted them free passage into the rock, and in an instant they were gone. As the night insects droned and the moonlight silhouetted in the trees, Svarfralami dozed, pillowing his head against the dwarf's boulder. He awoke at intervals to see showers of spark cascade from the rock, and hear the screech and clang of the dwarves at work. Just before the dawn, he awoke again. The dwarves had reappeared, and they carried a broad sword, massive and fine. Its scabbard was golden, and on it, in high relief, were depicted the deeds of old gods. Gods grip and pommel were of gold as well. Winking with jewels, Svafarlami grasped the weapon, and when he drew the blade, he saw that the steel was bright and flawless. He turned it. The metal magically flashed, sun dazzle into his eyes, although the sun still lay low below the horizon. He turned his gaze to the sword's creators, and he met a look of malevolent amusement. "Is it all you asked and more?" said Bolin. "Its name is Tyrfing, and to the qualities you demanded, it adds these. Once drawn, it cannot be sheathed unless it is warm with human blood. It will figure in 3 atrocious crimes. You yourself will die by its keen edge." His face darkening with rage, Svafarlami swung at the dwarfs, but they skipped aside. The Tyrfing cleft the rock behind them. They fled, leaving Svafarlami alone, regarding his perilous prize. In fact, he could not sheath the weapon for many days, until the charmed sword had proved its worth on the flesh of enemies in battle. And as the dwarf intended, Svafarlami himself felt Tyrfing's cold bite some months later. Here is what happened. A raider from another country harried the frings of his realm, and as was custom, Svafarlami sallied forth to meet him in single combat. On a windy plain, the 2 men fought, until Svafarlami's sword glanced from the iron-branded shield of his opponent, and sank to the earth. The king struggled to pull it free, but before he could succeed, his enemy severed Svafarlami's hand at the wrist, and with a swift stroke. Then he dragged Tyrfing from the earth, and hewed Svafarlami to the ground. Now the sword was his, and he used it to good effect. He led his warriors across Svafarlami's domain, slew the defenders by the hundreds, and sold Svafarlami's kin into slavery. But the raider and his descendants profited no more from the Raiden sword than had Svafarlami, as Tyrfing, perversely prized, was passed down the generations. Brother wielded against brother, and son against father. The kin slayings in which it figured were 3 in all. Then, having shed its appointed quantity of blood, the dwarf sword vanished from the chronicles. Diminutive nobility. We just read the entire story of the last one, so I don't think we'll be able to read this one. But so we have a lot of dwarfs, and they look like they're some sort of nobility. Flowers. Beyond the entrance to a cave in Wales lay a miniature kingdom, hidden from mortal view, until the day two friendly dwarves guided a boy named Elidor to its splendors. So there must be the boy and the two dwarves. This is a really cool picture. So you have like small little towns, colorful lights, dishonoring the mortal race by his thieving. The boy Elidor fled from the dwarf world with a golden prize, but he did not keep it for long. That's a determined face. Here's two more dwarfs. That must be the prize. After the dwarfs of Wales retrieved their golden plaything from the child Elidor, they concealed the entrance to their world. No mortal ever saw the wondrous realm again. Desirous of a human bride, the dwarf king Lauren left his mountain realm, and in the shape of a puff of thistledown, rode the breeze long miles to the south. There she is. By enchantment, Lauren stole the mortal princess Simild for his queen and bride. By his own courtly grace and kindness, the dwarf melted his wife's homesickness and won her love. What's that thing? I always forget it, where like the captive sympathizes with the captor. Whatever it is, I'm sure that's what was going on there. Mortal warriors determined to return Simild to her homeland invaded Lauren's flowery kingdom and vanquished him by stripping off his magical belt. There he is. Although, to be fair, he probably shouldn't have kidnapped her with an enchantment. That's like not a cool thing, buddy. Lauren's captors forced him to dance for their amusement, but the Dwarf King in time regained his freedom, retreating into his mountain fortress. So they didn't really need to make him dance forever. That wasn't nice either. So you have a boat, some sort of dwarf up here, and they're all kind of looking at him. The dwarf Albrecht, perching high above the galleon's deck, voyaged to Syria with King Onit of Lombardy, then supplied a magic stone that helped his companion woo a pretty pagan bride. Boy, all these magic stones. Somebody's pulling a beard. Protected by invisibility, Albrecht roamed the palace of the Syrian Sultan, taunting the baffled monarch and entreating his fair daughter to honor Onet's love. So you have a dwarf riding a goat with some flowers, and then you have a man with a sword. I feel like everybody should just get along. They're all so mean to each other. This looks nice. So we have a dwarf here, a few of them on the side, and they're gifting something to him here. Ah, yes. Perhaps for her. Looks almost like they're arguing, but I'm not sure. So you have a man being attacked by some kind of vulture or large bird. Chapter 3. An ancient race in retreat. So they look a little happier in this one, drinking from large mugs and eating delicious food. He must have invited somebody and eaten from the bowl of food. And this guy looks a lot happier. The humblest creations of nature were part of dwarf magic. One dwarf tribe raised scarab beetles that turned to solid gold if they were captured by mortals. This is a really beautiful picture. So you have some doors in a field with either grass or maybe some grain. And they're harvesting with their scythes, and then the women are tying them at the top. Friends to the farmer, shy Swiss dwarfs worked in secret under the harvest moon, reaping and tying and bringing the sheaves as the humans slept. They look really adorable. So you have a baby and two dwarves. This one is called Cradle Thieves in Quest of Vigor. Dwarves, it seemed, had need of mortal blood, for country folk reported that children were sometimes stolen from them, and changelings, old and weakened dwarves, left in their place. The child at risk, said wise folk, was a newborn who had not yet been christened, whose cradle was not protected by a piece of iron or bread, both defenses against the creatures of the other world, and whose slumber was not guarded by the parents. Such a child might well receive small visitors at night. A dwarf woman, perhaps, who would creep into the chambers leading a fragile elderly of her tribe by hand. In a twinkling the change would be made. The child would be spirited away to the dwarf world, far from its home, and in the morning the mortal mother would find the impostor, a grotesque creature, querulous and demanding in the place of her own rosy baby. She would have become the guardian of an aged dwarf. The dwarf would not speak, but he would wail facetiously and constantly, and the mortal mother would be trapped unless she could frighten or fool him into speaking. if the small creature spoke, thus revealing himself as no mortal infant, he had to return to his own kind and restore the mortal infant to its rightful mother. Dwarf woman rolling a barrel. A grateful dwarf's gift was fine indeed, for it was usually touched by magic. One such offering was an ale cask that never ran dry until the recipient appeared inside. I like this picture. You have a cute cat or a cute cow. Safe in their earthen mound house, the berg folk of Denmark watched the human world go by. But they knew when to solicit assistance. If, for example, a dwarf woman broke a baking stool, she might turn to mortal neighbors for repairs. Mortal cruelty wrought dwarfish cruelty, mortal goodness, dwarfish goodness. Once a kind of mortal couple who had aided a dwarf were repaid when the little man logged a boulder in front of their cottage and deserted the waters of a raging flood. Now that's nice, they can help each other. Mockery drove the dwarfs from humankind when a Swiss farmer discovered that his little neighbors had webbed feet. He hooted with derision. The wounded dwarfs then banished from the region and aided the farmer at harvest no more. So this looks like a lot of dwarves. In the cold, they all have red little hats on. In time, all the dwarf tribes left the mortal world, sad refugees from the glowing clamor. Where they went, no one could tell, save that the way was hard and the shores were distant. Sampling of a dwarf types. So these ones are attacking some storks or something there. So you have the kobold, helpful if properly treated. The kobold of Northern Europe was a cheery domestic devoted to mortal hearths and homes, but he caused complete chaos if he was ignored or abused by his chosen family. The Masarol, the jolly Masarol, or little farmer of the northeastern Italy, tended horses and cows, fattening them on the finest grains, and braiding their manes and tails on Friday. When not in the pastures, he often could be found in the farmhouse, ogling pretty young women, for the Masol was ever hopeful ladies' man. Let's see, the Cluricuon, solitary sword. The Irish Cluricuon spent most of his time drinking alone in the house, hold a wine cellar, and scaring off dishonest servants who tried to do the likewise. Though usually drunk, he was always nattily dressed. He does look like he's dressed nicely. The leprechaun, a gold hoarder and a cobbler, The Irish leprechaun could be traced by the cassets of rat-a-tat-tat of his hammer. Sometimes he was caught, but no mortal ever succeeded in stealing his fabled gold. He would cleverly distract his captures and disappear in a wink. The Monacelio or Little Monk of Naples had an unmonk-like habit of guarding hidden treasure when he was feeling mischievous, of pinching people and stealing their clothes. But he could enrich anyone lucky or tricky enough to steal his prized scarlet hat, for he would trade from his hoard to regain it. Can't steal that man's hat. The Wicklin. For play, the Wicklin, dwelling in the German mines, rained down showers of rocks on human labourers, who took the dwarf's presence as a sign of abundant ore. The Wicklin also put on noisy shows of hard work, accomplishing nothing to warn miners of coming catastrophe. The Bogart. When abused, the usually peaceful household brownie of Scotland turned into a Bogart, a renegade who was less mischievous than he was downright evil. He wrecked his human's house, he stole the children's bread and butter, and knocked over their porridge to the floor. In extreme cases, he terrorized the entire neighborhood, and those who sought to avoid his torments by moving to a new district would find the move in vain. The Bogart travelled with his household, hiding in the crocks or the butter churns. The Red Cap. The terrifying red cap of Scottish border country, also known as the Red Comb, Priory Daughter or Bloody Cap, inhabited abandoned castles where violence had once been done. Climbing to the top of towers to attack unsuspecting travellers, his name derived from his penchant for dyeing his cap in warm blood of his victims. It was thought that he could be defeated by the image of a cross. If a mortal held a crucifix or a cross-handled sword before the Red Cap's eyes, the creature would disappear, leaving only talon-like fingernails behind. That's not cool. The Haunters of Hearth and Hayloft. Chapter 4. Don't know if I'll read this one. We read that whole last one. Something's on fire here. Nisses, the domestic dwarves of Scandinavia, were not above stealing to aid their human families' farms. On one occasion, the consequence was a battle between neighbouring nisses, fought in the form of flaming wheels. That's cool. Some household dwarves refused to tolerate anyone who interfered with the rhymes of their masters' homes, as a Welsh preacher once discovered. A mischief-making walk drummed the meddlesome cleric right off the family's property. Playing a cruel game of names. I'm reminded of like Rumpelstiltskin here. Spin flax for a month, yeah. A little different though. Working by the night with a bowl of porridge for pay, the household dwarfs of Europe left morning surprises for their mortal masters. piles of washed and folded linens, rows of shining pots and pans, scrubbed and gleaming hearthstones. All that work and he needs more than a little porridge. Domestic dwarves had a special affection for straw. They made their brooms from it, and in moments of leisure or of generosity, they spun it into skeins of gold. If offended by their mortal housemates, domestic dwarves deserted, leaving behind a trail of wreckage, crumbled crockery, broken furniture, and dirty linens. Weary of the mortal world, mining dwarves harked back to an age their house-dwelling, servile relatives had forgotten. They lived deep in the earth in tribes, using their ancient ancestral skills to fashion treasures that no human would ever see. The night workers. This is really pretty. I'm reminded of like Scandinavian art, but it's really colorful and kind of beautiful. Farmers kept fires in the barnyard to warm the overnick while he went about his duties. If he built his own fire in the barn, disaster might result. These are just really pleasant pictures. I like the style of these. After his own bath, the wise peasant left water and a brush in the bathhouse. Bannock and the forest sprites that were sometimes invited to join him. Bad language, poor feud, or human curiosity enraged the domestic domovoi, luring him from behind the stove to topple tables and benches. That is it. Dwarfs. I thought those were some rather entertaining tales, as I don't remember this book quite as well as some of the others. Thank you for joining me for another Enchanted World video. Dwarfs. Good night. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome to another video with Morika ASM. Tonight we'll be doing something a little different. I thought we would do something a little more relaxing and casual. So we're going to do a show and tell, ramble sort of video, just to kind of talk you to sleep. Or if you're just looking to relax, that is alright too. So tonight I have a collection of books that have been very dear to me since I was very small. I've always been very interested in fantasy, lore, those kinds of things. And I remember looking at these books for a long time. So there are a lot of these books, so I'm just going to kind of show you each of the covers, and then we'll just take a peek inside one of them. If it's something that maybe people are interested in, I can always do more, but this is just something for us to talk about. So they're kind of a series of books called The Enchanted World, and they have a variety of subjects. The first one here is Dwarfs. It has a nice sort of forest green cover. And the next one in this series is called Fabled Lands. Blue cover. This next one has a really interesting picture. Looks like 3 young women, and I'm assuming, given the title of this book, that they are under some sort of spell, because this one is called Spells and Bindings. Kind of a nice light brown cover. This one has a black cover and it's titled Ghosts. So you have a young girl, and she's lifting the visor of a knight, and inside the visor is a ghost or a skeleton. However you want to look at that. I'm assuming it's a ghost because the title is Ghosts. It's been a very long time since I looked at these books, but I remember being just captivated by the pictures. this is very clearly a vampire on the cover. And another with a beautiful blue color. There are two knights battling each other on horseback, swords drawn. And this one is titled Legends of Valor. So this one has a very quaint little town, sort of a castle or a manor set up on a hill, and all these very normal sized people here, and then you have the giant. So he looks rather friendly, which is good. And this one is titled Giants and Ogres. And you have the very last one, which is the one that we are going to be looking at today. It has a picture of a mermaid, and she is busily combing her hair at the shoreline. This one is titled Water Spirits. And it has a beautiful green cover, and they all have a nice golden dragon snaking on the side. So you have kind of a green marbling pattern, kind of some old paper. The Enchanted World, Water Spirits. You have a beautiful wave and a bird flying free over the top. And you have dolphins jumping from the waves. The Enchanted World, Water Spirits, by the editors of Time Life Books. And now the page gets a little more imaginative. You have probably some water sprites or something like that, jumping and riding dolphins. have some other sea creatures as well. So you have Chapter 1, Wellspring of the Universe. Chapter 2, Daring the Sea God Realm. Chapter 3, Wraiths of the Wind and Wave. And Chapter 4, Perilous Borders. So I'm not going to read every little thing in the book, but we're going to take a peruse through the pictures, and we might read a couple of paragraphs here and there. So here you have, I'm assuming he's a sailor, and he is rescuing maybe? I'm not sure. A mermaid. Or I should say, I think a lot of the old legends, the mermaids would lure the sailors to watery graves. So perhaps you have his loyal dog, and he's trying desperately to get his master to come back. So you have a little story, which I'm not going to read the whole thing. Beautiful and terrible were the creatures of the sea, as Karshman found when he saved a mermaid. She rewarded him with magic powers for a while. Then she took him from his people to dwell in the depths. So it looks like he is much older in this picture, as is the mermaid, and she is taking him away. Someday I'll have to come through and reread these. It's been a long time. You have more of the story. So you have this one here. It looks like you have two older people. However, their reflection are two younger people. From water, goodness sprang. Somewhere in the world, it was said, there bubbled a spring that restored youth to the aged and vigor to the frail. On its surface, old men and women saw themselves again as they once had been. So they must be talking of the fountain of youth. So this is a very beautiful picture. You have a stormy sky, lightning in the distance, and you have a rough sea crashing against the rocks. Water could bring death as well as life, as mortals knew too well. In the time before history, divine wrath unleashed a raging flood that drowned the entire world. For some sages, the formation of the world was wrought with such perfect symmetry that every creature living on land had a counterpart in the sea. The mirror images of mortal men and women were mermen and mermaids who ruled underwater kingdoms, and these kingdoms teemed with wonderful menagerie. The Swedish naturalist Olaus Magnus described fish-tailed horses that ranged the ocean from Brittany to Norway. He also spoke of a dogfish that attacked and devoured human swimmers, and the Roman historian Aelian reported that the seas surrounding the island of Taprobana, later called Ceylon, provided water pastures for ram-headed fish, forests for scaly swimming lions, sea elephants, and other exotic marine animals. It's kind of interesting. I always wonder, they always say some of this stuff is, the lores and the legends, just kind of people just like you and me trying to make sense of the world around them with the knowledge that they had. And I often think of even just how many things have been disproven or changed since I was a child, and how small of a time span that is. It's kind of interesting when you think about that. People from a long time ago, they probably had the same kind of fears and hopes and wants, and seeing some of these natural creatures or phenomena and them just trying to fit them into the world. So here's the lion of the deep and the oceanic elephant that they mentioned in the previous paragraph. It makes you kind of wonder, is this something that somebody made up in their mind? Or is this some kind of creature they saw that they didn't get a good glimpse of, and this is the only thing they could come up with? I also kind of wonder sometimes, people now have such amazing imaginations. Is it possible that some of these things people just made up? They thought, boy, wouldn't it be pretty neat to see one of these? I suppose we'll never know. In this picture, you have a man, and he has an axe, and he's looking out. It looks almost like a forest on the side, but I think this is like an ocean here, this middle part. So maybe it's a cave, or he's coming out of a forest, and he's going to the ocean in search of secret immortality. The Sumerian warrior king Gilgamesh journeyed through dark caverns to the edge of the sea. Offshore shimmered an island, the home of a sage who this maybe is the island. There's so many stories out there of somebody trying to get immortality. I feel like immortality would be a very hard thing to bear. Watching everybody you love kind of grow old. And this is a really beautiful page. You have a merman and a whole bunch of very beautiful seaweed. It looks like he's picking a flower. A pool lay deep in the ocean floor, an enchanted water within water. Here grew a flower that preserved human life, and Gilgamesh dived to pluck it. So that must be him. He's not a mermaid, of course. So he is taking the flower. Sailors drowned by the sea goddess of the north paid her a tribute of gold so that their ghosts might feast in her underwater hall. In the depths, the gold gleamed with light. Thus it was called by the Norse the flame of the sea. Scourges of the North. In bygone days of seafaring, even the most intrepid voyagers understood the might of the watery realm and paid homage to its spirits. The Norsemen, those fierce rovers who were the scourge of Europe, feared no mortal, but they bowed before the gods who ruled the deep. Of these gods, the chief was the giant Aegir, whose very name meant sea. He was lord of the profound ocean, those wild reaches far from the shores patrolled by humankind. And the Norsemen's dragon-headed longships were at his mercy when they ventured into his domain. He himself was a god of calm seas, but far below the waters that foamed white around the Northmen's curving prows, in the golden hall hidden among the deepest trenches of the seafloor, lurked Aegir's mate, Ran the robber, a cruel goddess, ever greedy for human bodies and human souls. Ran had a net to cast around ships and drag them down. She also had 9 pale-haired daughters who could take the shapes of killing waves and swamp the vessels. Those mortals caught by Ran and her daughters died in the ocean's icy embrace, and their lonely shapes descended through the waters to the sea god's hall. There they dwelled as ghosts, forever, far from sunlight, sea wind, and the comfort of human company. Sounds scary. So this up here, these are really dark pages, so I apologize for the lighting. It's a little low for these ones, but this must be Ran, and she is coming out of the water. And then you have all of the sailors, and she is casting her net. So that would definitely be a scary thing. The people of North Coast knew when the sea goddess had embraced their kin. On wintry nights, the wraiths of those who had drowned would trail across the beaches to the little settlements and drink the ale from the midwinter feasts. So I'm assuming this is either Ran or someone who had been drowned, one of the wraiths. To appease the voracious hunger of the sea, Norsemen made sacrificial offerings. Of the captives from the raids, 1 man in 10 was sent into the deep to feed the goddess Ran, and it was hoped to ensure safe passage for the rest. So you have some captives down here, and the Norsemen, and you have a captive that is getting forced into the ocean. That does not sound like a pleasant way to go. And we see some of those specials about people, in the, old cultures and some of the sacrificial offerings that were made. It just kind of sounds like a scary time. Chapter 2, Daring the Sea God's Realm. So I'm seeing Jason and Greece and Poseidon. I was always really into Greek mythology. I don't know why, it was just something that was very interesting to me. I've read a lot of the stories that go along with that. I always thought it was interesting that the gods of Greek mythology were, in many ways, it seemed no better than the humans, and in many ways worse than the humans. So you have Jason, I'm assuming, on the Argo. The Greek heroes who sailed with Jason in the Argo counted on magic and divine aid to avert the perils of the sea. The ship bore painted eyes upon her bow to spy out enemies. At her prow reared an oak branch that held the spirit of the goddess Athena. I do think it was kind of funny, or not funny, but interesting how it seems like every story seemed to end in some sort of betrayal or not very good ending. But I suppose they were all cautionary tales and such. So the Argo, awaiting Jason and the Argonauts at the gateway to the Black Sea, where the rock giants known in Simplicates, a pair of grantic monsters forming a maw that could crush any ship to splinters. So this is always a picture that I've really loved. You have Poseidon and all the horses that are waves, lashing the great white mares of the waves, the god of horses and the lord of the ocean drove the swells in a golden chariot. Poseidon was this sea king's name. So it's kind of beautiful. I feel like I've always been drawn to water and the ocean, seashells, and just kind of all those beautiful colors and mysterious depths. And we got Troy, I see in here, Odysseus. So yeah, you have a lot of kind of water central myths and legends. And this is a very famous picture as well. Sea nymphs singing songs that drove men mad with longing, sought to draw the adventurer Odysseus into their deadly embrace. They were the Sirens, a name that meant entanglers. So I think there's a legend surrounding the siren song, and all of the men on the ship had covered their ears so they could not fall under the spell. But Odysseus tied himself to the mast, and he let his ears be uncovered so that he could learn the secret of the song. Now these guys were definitely ones that lured sailors to their watery grave. Once lovely Scylla, made into a six-headed man-eater by enchantment, layered in coastal caves, hungry for seafarers. Those who escaped her jaws risked being devoured by her partner, the whirling sea mouth, Charybdis. So you have a very lovely, multi-headed creature, six-headed, and you have several men getting eaten. So I definitely think that would be terrifying. So more of Odysseus and Ajax and Achilles. Cast into the waves, when a wrathful Poseidon shattered his ship, Odysseus received unexpected aid from another divinity of the sea, Leucothea, the white goddess, rose from the waters and offered him the shelter of her enchanted veil. Well, that was kind of her. Those are some very dark waters. When Odysseus eluded him, Poseidon visited a cruel punishment upon the sailors who had carried the adventurer beyond his grasp. He turned them and their ship into stone. I definitely felt that the gods and goddesses were so vengeful and cruel. predators from the primal world, seafarers sought to master the ocean and drive away its spirits, but powerful survivors of the first age of creation long lurked on empty shores and in the deeps. Immeasurably old, filled with wrath, these beasts became the stuff of seamen's tales. Thus northern mariners sang of serpents lairing in icy caves, scanning for ships with keen eyes. Such a creature attacks with swift and silent. Before they died, its victims saw only a ripple in the water, a swaying head above a mast, and a gaping mouth eager for flesh. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to meet this in the ocean. So this picture was always one that was really scary for me. It was a very, I feel like it looks a lot like an anglerfish, but really big. So you have those long, sharp, sword teeth, and this poor guy is just, he must have fallen overboard, and now he's having a very bad time. A plagued scavenger. When they spoke of monsters, ancient chroniclers named Tiburon. It had a shark's teeth, sharp as scimitars, but no shark could match its size. Large as a small frigate, it followed in the wake of sailing ships far from land, and left no hope for the seamen swept overboard. No line could save those hapless men. Tiburon fed on them, and his belly became their grave. This was the other picture in the book that I think I always found as really terrifying when I was younger, because you have, and unfortunately this one's a little dark too, but you have this giant black beast, and he is just massive. You can see a giant ship here right in the middle, and it looks like a toy compared to this beast. And I always imagined, what you would feel like if you were on this ship and you saw this. I think I would personally probably die right there. A spinner of maelstroms. Woe to the seafarers who beheld Leviathan, a creature so vast that it dwarfed the largest whale. It kept for the most part to the valley of the seafloor. When hunger brought it to the surface, however, sailors were lost. The story said its lashing fins and tail created maelstroms that sucked whole ships down into its cold, sunless realm. And you have a large octopus and a whole bunch of men trying to fight it off. The tentacled invader, almost soundlessly, always stealthily, the devilfish invaded the very hearts of sailing ships. With slippery and many suckered tentacles, through hatchways and portholes, the octopoid arms would slide, searching out flesh for the devilfish to feed on. It killed by crushing. Axes and knives severed tentacles, but each attack dragged a few luckless seamen from the safety of their vessels. Chapter 3, Wraiths of Wind and Wave. So you have ghosts and wraiths. So these are seafarers or people that have drowned, rooted to the ocean floor, never sleeping, never free. Drowned sailors rocked in the current, their bodies prey to sea creatures, their souls haunting the surface and begging for ease. So you have a picture of a ship, and you have sailors here, and you have some kind of, I don't know if that's a skeleton or a ghost. The ghosts of sailors drowned in the sea might appear on passing ships, clinging to the shrouds and clutching the yard arms. The sight of them brought terror, for they come to call the living to watery graves. You have a ghost of a woman, and she has a lantern. No footsteps were left by a woman who walked the Cornish coast by night. She was a ghost, tormented by grief, eternally searching for an infant who died offshore. Oh, that's sad. And you have another one. This one's kind of hard to see on the camera, I think, but it looks like it's somebody hugging the mast of a ship. A fiery portent before storms at sea, when the air brimmed with electricity. Spirit fires played in the rigging of sailing ships, flying from mast to mast and top to top. The sailors saw them, portents of the future. They said if only one light left in the rigging, the ship was headed towards stormy death. If two shone, the winds would lull the seas quiet. Or they said that descending flames meant disaster, and ascending one's fair weather. Some seafarers thought the lights were ghosts of old comrades, come to warn of perils. All believed that if the lights played on a living man's head, that man was doomed. So familiar was the phenomenon that the sailors gave it names. Some called it the lights of St. Elmo's fire, the name being a corruption of Erismus, the Syrian patron saint of sailors. The gods named it Diokuri, for the Argonaut twin caster and Polydeuces, who guarded the souls of seafaring men after death, and the Portuguese called the light corpents, or bodies of saints, corposants, believing that they were spirits of the blessed. So these must be the lights. So you have another picture here. Centuries ago, the warriors of the Minamoto family fought the ruling clan of Tyra in the strait that guarded Japan's island sea. The Tyra lost all earthly power there, staining the waves with blood, but their ghosts still haunted the living on nearby shores. Across the sea one night came the Cornish murderess Sarah Palgrim, a shade pursuing with cold eyes and arms the sailor whose lover she had been in life. That must be him. So this one's kind of interesting. So you have a ship here, and it looks like it's being pursued by a ghost ship. You have some dolphins jumping out of the water, and everything is very misty. This was a sight to chill a seaman's heart, the Flying Dutchman, speeding before her own ghost wind, and crewed by the company of the dead. She augured death to those who spied her. So this must be the Flying Dutchman, forever lashed by wind and rain, forever braced on a rolling deck. The spectral captain of the Flying Dutchman sailed his ship wherever sea roads led. So that must be the captain. He looks like a pretty scary fellow. Rendezvous with a death ship. So again, there must be the Flying Dutchman. And here is a story about it. I'm not going to read the whole story. Some of these pictures are even dark for me to look at, so it might be kind of hard for you to see. Chapter 4, Perilous Borderlands. So you have, looks like maybe Greek or Roman, maybe Roman. And you have a water spirit. When they chose to take human form, the spirits of wells and pools were infinitely enticing to mortals, but their sweet embrace was the route to ruin. Through the grace of water magic, the fisherman Urashima feasted with a sea lord's daughter in a tea house on the ocean floor. So I really like this picture. I don't know why. I haven't seen this one for a very long time, but it really just calls to me. I don't know why. I always had a reoccurring dream when I was younger about my house flooding, but it was okay because I could breathe underwater, and I felt like I was just going about my day, but under the water with all the sea creatures. And this really reminds me of that. You have all of the fish and the crabs, and you have this beautiful building. I gotta say I love it. And the colors are really beautiful. It's a little harder to see on the camera, but very vibrant and colorful. The fisherman Urashima left the palace of the Sea Lord to return to his own village. A giant turtle was his steed, but he found that his home was home no more. I always liked the legends with the sea turtles and how they had like islands on their backs and stuff. It's kind of neat. In Scotland, it was said that maidens would sometimes summon silky lovers to the shore by weeping into the water. The silkies walked on land as men and gave the women children. Then they vanished into the sea as seals, leaving the mothers bereft. Well, that would be interesting. With a shriek of triumphant laughter and a flash of scales, a water nymph dived out of reach of a young Koval of Scotland, the man she would murder with magic. Well, I don't know if he was gonna kill her first. I'm not sure. Not sure if it would be murder so much, but... Only the foolhardy lay down to rest near the banks of brooks and the borders of springs. Solitary nymphs guarded the waters, and the sleeper might awaken to the sight of beauty that would lure him to his doom. I always love how many myths and legends there are of some beautiful maiden luring some guy to his death. We're almost done here. So you have battling a fountain's deadly guardian. Not all spirits of the world's fresh waters took human shape. Near Lena, on the eastern coast of Greece, layered the Hydra, a beast of multitude serpentine heads, one of them immortal, and the breath so venomous that it could kill the living. Its haunt was fathomless Lyrian swamp, but a monstrous crab kept it company. But the Hydra also ranged for the fertile district around the marsh, terrorizing all who dwelt there. The hero Hercules challenged the Hydra once. In the course of his adventures, with his charioteer beside him, he forced the water monster from its lair by pelting it with burning arrows. Enraged, it rushed at him and coiled around his legs. The heads were writhing it as it sought to strike. At his feet, its companion crab plucked with enormous pincers. Hercules crushed the crab with his foot. With his club he battered the Hydra's heads, and his charioteer seared the stumps with burning brands, for new heads would grow when the beast's blood spurted. Then Hercules severed the head that was immortal and buried it in the deep, muffling the hissing that never stopped. He dipped his arrows in the gall of the bloody Hydra. From the time forward, the hero's arrows, envenomed by the water monster, never failed to kill. So you have like a city under the water, and you have two people here. In the depths of a lake in Switzerland lay an entire living town, transported there by a water nyx, so that she could stay forever with her mortal lover. Well, that's a bummer for everyone else in town. Tis although I don't know, maybe they like living underwater. So you have two mermaids here and a very old man. This was the fate of the men and women whom the waters took away, to lie forever unburied in the deep, prey to fish and home to coral, gazed upon by the indifferent eyes of the drifting water nymphs. Doomed the alliance of earth and water, challenged by a pretty woman, a knight Huldbrand dared the terrors of the haunted wood. Showing off her girl. An unsettled creature born of wind and wave, the sea maiden Undine waited for one to love her. She does look a little unsettled. Sheltering on an island in the midst of the flood, the knight and the sea maiden pledged their love. I don't know if I've read this one. Undine rode to the world of mortals with two guides, a human priest and a spirit of water. In Huldbrand's world, a rival awaited Undine, the Lady Bertalda, who herself desired the knight. Ah, here we go. Cast aside by the faithless Huldbrand, the sea maiden sank into the water that had formed her. Of course he rejected her. She gave up everything for him. In Huldbrand's dreams, Undine shimmered, singing sadly in a crystal palace beneath the sea. Well, hopefully she found someone else. Alright. And that is the end. Thank you for joining me, if you're still here. I hope you have a wonderful night. Morika ASMR. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome to another Enchanted World video. Tonight we are going to do the Enchanted World, spells and bindings. So similar to the other books, there is a golden dragon at the top. This particular book is sort of a medium brown color. And on the cover are 3 maidens. One wearing a black dress, one wearing a sort of midnight blue dress, and the other is wearing a purple sort of colour there, and they all appear to be sleeping. So let's take a look. We'll read a little bit from the stories and mostly admire the pictures. The enchanted world, spells and bindings. Sort of a pretty rose pattern on the side with lots of vines and thorns. I like that. So the contents of this book, Chapter 1, Double-Edged Power, Chapter 2, Webs of Enchantment, and Chapter 3, Deliverance from Magic's Coils. So the first page, you have a young man and a young woman. The woman is playing a harp. And this one is called Double-Edged Power. I don't think we'll read this one. I usually choose one story to read completely through, but I can't read all of them. This book is not in public domain, so we'll mostly just admire the pictures and read some of the captions. Love was foreign to King Mark of Cornwall, but magic might have wedded his heart to Islet, the fair of Ireland, had not the impassioning spell gone amiss in Isolt's hand. On the bottom you have another rose and vine pattern, along with more text. This one's quite a long one. The means of enchantment were perilous in the hands of mortals, all unknowing. Tristram and Isolde drank a fairy-made wine intended for other lips. The draught bound them together for the term of their lives, and even beyond. There were a lot of ladies in this one, so I couldn't help myself, and I just decided to give them a little modesty. So this one, once wishes come true, finding women flawed, the Greek sculptor Pygmalion carved an ivory maiden, fair but cold and still. he wished her living. Again. I had an idea in my head and I couldn't put it out. So there they are. And she was given life. Some said the goddess Aphrodite heard Agamemnon's plea and animated the ivory figure with her own loving touch. So this must be Aphrodite, and this would be the ivory sculpture that he sculpted. On the wings of wishes. This is a very beautiful picture. You have a man on a flying carpet and lots of birds. Cranes, maybe? A djinn. Summoning a spirit servant. Many elder beings lurked among humans once. Arabia, for example, was the home to a spirit race called jinn, said to be the most ancient of creatures, born of fire. They dwelled in hiding, but they could be summoned to provide treasure, as a boy named Aladdin discovered. He was the orphan of a poor tailor and lived in a bazaar, supporting himself and his mother in the way street urchins did then, picking rags, begging, doing errands. It happened that a magician sent Aladdin after a treasure, an oil lamp, battered, blackened, and wickless, that was hidden away in a small desert cave. Aladdin took the commission eagerly, but he kept the lamp for himself, thinking that it might be sold for food. His mother sighed when she saw the humble object, but she polished it diligently to brighten it for selling. The rubbing was the summons. Flame leapt from the lamp, and from the fire rose a djinn. Blue as light that formed it, it saluted the boy and called him Master Aladdin, asked for food. With a flick of his massive hand, the djinn served a vessel of silver and gold. Aladdin ate his fill, then sold the cups and plates for cash. But profit was easier to come by than that, as the boy soon learned. Whatever Aladdin wanted, he was only to request. The spirit gave the youth the clothes and slaves and jewels of a prince when Aladdin's heart turned towards the Sultan's daughter. The jinn protected him in a maze of court's intrigue, so that he won the maiden and became prince indeed. When Aladdin fought the wars of the Sultan, the jinn provided horses and soldiers. And the end, thanks to the magic of the lamp and his own clever use of it, the bazaar boy became the first, the Sultan's heir, and then the Sultan himself. It was said, moreover, that his rule was a wise one. Apparently, you get far more than 3 wishes from that gem. also yellow hair. It's just a really warm color. The grass behind and the sky looks like a sunset. In the wild countries of Wales, the fairy princess Rhiannon sought the love of a mortal. Prince Poyle, wreathed in the light of her own world, she appeared before him riding a white horse. He followed her, and in the end took her for his wife. I feel like we read about her in a couple of the other stories. That looks a little scary. You have someone sleeping and like a hand out the window. From the union of Poyle and Rhiannon came a fair son. He vanished from his cradle, stolen in the night by a being of the other world. But the people of Poyle's court charged Rhiannon, the fairy stranger, with murdering the boy. That's a nice picture. A punishment was devised for the fairy. Wearing a horse collar, Rhiannon guarded her husband's gate, confessing her story to passerby, and then carrying them on her back like an animal. Okay, maybe not quite so nice. I thought this was like a scarf. Apparently it's a horse collar. Not so nice anymore. But it's a beautiful art. Through 4 winters Rhiannon endured, but humans were kind as well as cruel. Her son had been found far away when the foster parents recognized the child as Poyle's. They returned him to court and thus freed the fairy from her pillory. Well, that's a bummer. They lost time with their son. So that looks like a mermaid. Ancient metamorphosis. Nature was changeable when the world was young and magic still at play. Surrounded as they were by mysteries, humans saw evidence of transformation almost everywhere. According to the Greeks, for instance, their sunflower, a kind of marigold, had not always been tied to the soil. The blossom began life as a water nymph named Clytie, who one day was cast out of the cool green depths of the sea and onto the shady land shore. Entranced by the brightness, she rested there and followed with longing eyes the golden globe of the sun as it rode the heavens. Then a change came over her. The mermaid's tail coiled down into the sand, rooting her in place. Her silvery hair coiled into petals around her face, and from her fingers green leaves grew. By the 9th day of watching, she had become the sun's flower, whose blossom reflected the golden disk and followed its course throughout each day. So he looks like he's having a bad day. Can can see the spear on the ground and he's clearly bleeding. Although I don't know if it looks like it's turning into flowers. Either way, that's probably not a good location there. Heart or lungs, maybe. The blood begotten anemone. To the ancients, the crimson anemone was precious, for they believed that its petals were made from the blood of the god of growing things. It happened this way. Aphrodite, goddess of love, conceived a passion for the god Adonis, he whose name meant simply Lord, whose beauty surpassed that of all creatures, and who ruled the things of the earth. For some months the pair were lovers. Adonis, however, grew restless. Despite the goddess' warnings, he went hunting in the wild one day and was gored by a boar. The goddess found him lay dying. The bright blood from his wound spilled onto the grass around. She wailed for him, and in her grief and love, she turned the scarlet splashes to the most delicate of flowers, called anemones. Anemones. Anemones, I think. That's okay. Sometimes I'm not good at pronouncing the names of some of these things. Anemones. If anyone knows how to pronounce that better, I'd be more than happy to listen. Or windflower, because the wind opened their petals, and the wind blew them all away too soon. There was more to the tale. It was said that Aphrodite begged the god Zeus to let Adonis return to life, to her for part of the year. The plea was granted. Ever after, Greek women bewailed his autumn death and rejoiced for him in the spring, when the blossoming anemones signified his return to life and the renewal of the earth's fertility. This is an interesting picture. Can't quite tell what it's of. Two people. Is that a tree in somebody's back? I'm not sure. On the hill in Asia Minor once, near the ruined columns of a temple, there stood an oak and a linden, whose intertwined branches cast kindly shade for shepherds of the region. In the noon heat, the men rested and told how the trees had come to be. Long ago, the shepherds said, a village lay at the base of the hill. One day, a pair of wayfarers arrived, dusty, footsore, and seeking shelter. They were turned brusquely away. The villagers had no use for strangers. The travelers trudged up the hill. Near the summit, in a reed-thatched cottage, they found a welcome at last. The little house belonged to a man named Philemon and to Brosus, his wife. Both bent and old, theirs was a poor house, but they greeted the strangers with shy smiles, freely offering what they had, olives and soft cheese and cool wine in beechwood cups. A curious thing happened during the meal. Although all drank deeply, the cups remained full, a sign that the gods were in the house. And it was so. One of the strangers was Zeus, lord of the immortals. The other was Hermes, god of travelers and the road. The pair had punishment for the villagers at the foot of the hill. They sent a flood down to them, but they made the house of Philemon and Baucis into a temple with the old people its priests, and the gods granted the couple's wish that neither should survive to grieve the other. When Baucis and Philemon reached the end of their lives, leaves sprouted from their gnarled fingers, and wrinkled flesh hardened into bark. They stood then as oak and linden, shading passing shepherds as graciously as they had served the gods. That's lovely. I feel like so many of the tales of the gods are like cruel and mean and sort of thing, and that's just a nice, lovely tale. They did good a deed and they were rewarded. Watcher of the road. You have a girl who's lying in the grass. Along the country lanes of Europe grows the starry-flowered plantain, clinging to the verges of the paths, as if seeking human company. The Germans of old times called the plantain Wegerwarte, or Watcher of the Road, and in that name lies the story of Genesis. A maiden, people said, left her village one night and followed a path into the wood to meet her lover. He never came to her. Throughout the night she waited for the sound of his footsteps, but all she heard was the hooting of the owls and the sigh of the wind in the trees. And in the small hours she began to weep. Finally she lay by the path and died. The sun rose all around her body. Green shoots began to grow. By noon, pale blossoms had threaded their way through the dark strands of her hair, and by evening, her body had vanished into a mass of tiny flowers. They haunt the roadside still, keeping vigil for a lover who never appeared. That's sad. Somebody should have told her she had a lot to live for. So this is an interesting one. It's like a girl and her hand is turning into a web. And I'm not sure what these are. The price of a weaver's pride. If Greek tales are true, the mother of spiders was Arachne, a linden maid so sure-handed and deft that no craftswoman could match her in spinning or in weaving. But Arachne was arrogant. Not even the gods could emulate her skill, she said, not even Athena, protector of all spinners and weavers. It was true that Athena was patroness of these arts of peace, but she was also the goddess of war, and she lost no time in answering Arachne. She challenged the maiden to a contest of skill. In her offering for the contest, Arachne added impudence to arrogance. She wove a scene that showed an awful creature, part human, part bull, pursuing a mortal woman. This, she said, represented the love of the gods. Athena wove a scene of a mortal man strapped to a harness that supported wings made of feathers. The man clearly flown too near to the sun, for his feathers were already aflame, and she said was the image of human arrogance, and the goddess destroyed the mortal woman's work with a sharp command, the woman herself. At Athena's word, Arachne shrank and blackened, and 8 wispy legs sprouted from her body. She spent the remainder of her brief life, as her descendants always would, spinning thread from her own belly and shuttling back and forth across its sticky strands to weave herself a web. The maiden's silky winding sheet looks like a cocoon breathing on. A second life for love. Starbound beasts. We have another censored lady. Yes. Webs of Enchantment, Chapter 2. So in this picture you have an old woman. She has some swans. All spells had to play their patterns out. The children of the Irish chief Lear, condemned to swan shape, regained humanity only when the spell was done and they had died of old age. Oh, that's sad. A brute born of clay. So you have a man. Should censor him too. Let's see. You have a woman. She looks very surprised with her expression. Surprised with a little bit of concern. Fearing humankind's increasing power, the Greek god Zeus gave the woman Pandora a casket sealed to mortal eyes. Curious as the god knew she would be, Pandora raised the lid, and so loosened a cloud of woe upon the world. You have a woman, and she's wearing a lot of sort of fine dresses. She looks like she has like a leopard pelt or something around her wrist. The evil of Morgan Le Fay. Read a lot about that. Sort of a sun, maybe a pyramid in the back, and a man riding a horse. High was the prince for flouting the terms of enchantment because his wife abused his trust. Earl Desmond of Ireland vanished from her life to ride forever as a ghost. So you have a man and a woman and a dog in the middle. Unwise was the man who betrayed the beings of fairy. When an Irish warrior called Olin abandoned his fairy mistress for a human wife, the fairy changed the mortal woman into a hound and turned the animal over to the man who hated dogs. Well, that's just not nice. On the bottom there. Ah, yes, the piper. Out of the town of Hamelin scuttled all its rats, lured to their doom by the music of the magic pipe. When the boggers of the town would not pay the piper the price they had promised for his work, he fashioned another deadly tune. is a pretty picture. You have a lot of people and sort of a little forest, a couple of children, and a man and a woman, a dog, a beautiful estate, some flowers. So something is happening in this scene. Lots of bad here. Let's see. Child will not die. I wonder if this is, yeah, there we go. Prick her finger on a spinning wheel. This must be Sleeping Beauty. To be the fairy. Ah, yes. There she is. Here's her spinning. She looks really scary. Definitely a little different. In this version, everyone falls asleep. Oh boy. So everyone is sleeping. We've got a dead horse and some skeletons in the back here. People just seem to have fallen asleep wherever they are. This is a really pretty picture. And I think you have her here in the window. So they fell asleep for 100 years. That's a long time. The deliverance from magic's coils. So this one you have a frog and a princess. So I'm guessing this is the princess and the frog. Many people know that tale. Reluctantly bound by her word, a princess took a frog for her bedfellow. In doing so, she fulfilled the terms of enchantment and released the creature into its human form. A fiendish being, he definitely does look scary, who married mortal women only to murder them. Bluebeard possessed a golden key that signaled the moment for killing. It began to bleed uncontrollably. Ooh, don't like that. A woman named Isabel, little knowing that she was the bride of death, used Bluebeard's key to open his secret chamber. She discovered the lifeless figures of her predecessors hanging there, and then thus learned what her own fate would be. Well, that's really scary. Betrayed by the bleeding king, Isabel awaited the end that Bluebeard's magic demanded. But love fought the powers of dark. Her brothers rode to her rescue. Interesting. Last one. Eros and Psyche. It's kind of a neat tale. The glow of a forbidden lamp revealed to Psyche the true nature of her lover. He was winged Eros, no mortal man, but the god of love himself. Discovery meant loss. Psyche broke the rules of his spell, so Eros left her and fled into the night. Well, bummer. Hoping to win her lover back, Psyche braved the underworld, traveling through the tunnels ringed with everlasting frost to search the land of the dead. In a pit at the border of the river Styx, Charon the ferryman waited. Psyche gave him the gold coin to take her to Hades. Psyche's penance ended at last when Eros found her, caught in the spell of the underworld, and took her to the heavens as his bride. Oh, that's nice. Well, she looks scary. You have a dead woman and sort of another woman, maybe. Poison flesh of an apple. Ah, Snow White. We're going through all the old fairy tales here. She looks very terrifying. Down under the manor house wound a staircase down to an underworld whose enchantments lured the daughter of the house into mortal danger. Down the stairs. So you have a very classic fairy tale castle. You have a man and a woman there. In the underworld, an island castle stood. Ghostly ferrymen took maidens to it. Ah, he's the ghostly ferryman. She's the maiden. To dance with them there. But once a living knight went unseen into the underworld and thwarted the weaving of death's spell. The unwinding of one spell began his way. When King Arthur slew a stag on Forbidden Land, the beast's protector demanded payment. The answer to a riddle, or Arthur's life. She who solved the riddle that saved the king was a repulsive crone. For her fee she demanded the hand of Sir Gawain. Arthur's matchless knight. Gawain, loyal to his king and generous of heart, paid the price. Well, that was nice of him. The hag Gawain married was no hag at all, but the fairest of maidens transformed by magic, or fairest of maidens. By his unfailing courtesy, Gawain fulfilled the spell's terms to free her, and his reward was happiness of a measure few mortals ever know. A spell-shackled devotion. You have a tree and a maiden. There's a castle in the back. A man. You have a dog with some puppies. Transformed by the kindness of the warrior, Daramund, the fairy woman, took him for her heart's companion, and she had learned to love him. So you have like a flying boat. That's cool. And down at the bottom, you have a man next to a river. When his lady fled, Daramund followed her to the shores of the sea. A small boat took him down through the waters to see her homeland. Reunited with his lover, Derrimond showered her the jeweled drops that he had found, and joyfully learned that they could save her life. Mighty in battle, Derrimond slew every warrior who tried to keep him from the golden cup, whose magic would restore the health of his lady. And a horse landed the water. An elfin guide appeared to Derrimond, and with warning the fiery creature showed the way to the spring that gave forth healing waters. While Derrimond watched his lady drink, and as she drank her health came to her, but in the same moment his heart grew cold. Up through the sea waves, Derrimond sailed in an enchanted vessel back to his own world and his own kind, far from the princess that he had loved. That's it. This one contained a lot of stories I think a lot of people are already familiar with. Yeah. Spells and